ND 3.2.1 The Old Brain, Wired for Survival. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. The brain stem is the oldest and innermost region of the brain. It's designed to control the most basic functions of life, including breathing, attention, and motor responses. Figure 3.6. The brain stem begins where the spinal cord enters the skull and forms the medulla, the area of the brain stem that controls heart rate and breathing. In many cases, the medulla alone is sufficient to maintain life. Animals that have the remainder of their brains above the medulla severed are still able to eat, breathe, and even move. The spherical shape above the medulla is the pons, a structure in the brain stem that helps control the movements of the body, playing a particularly important role in balance and walking. 90. Running through the medulla and the pons is a long, narrow network of neurons known as the reticular formation. The job of the reticular formation is to filter out some of the stimuli that are coming into the brain from the spinal cord and to relay the remainder of the signals to other areas of the brain. The reticular formation also plays important roles in walking, eating, sexual activity, and sleeping. When electrical stimulation is applied to the reticular formation of an animal, it immediately becomes fully awake. And when the reticular formation is severed from the higher brain regions, the animal falls into a deep coma. Figure 3.6 The brain stem and the thalamus. The brain stem is an extension of the spinal cord, including the medulla, the pons, the thalamus, and the reticular formation. Above the brain stem are other parts of the old brain that also are involved in the processing of behavior and emotions. See Figure 3.7. The thalamus is the egg-shaped structure above the brain stem that applies still more filtering to the sensory information that is coming up from the spinal cord and through the reticular formation, and it relays some of these remaining signals to the higher brain levels. Guillory and Sherman, 2002. 5. The thalamus also receives some of the higher brain's replies, forwarding them to the medulla and the cerebellum. The thalamus is also important in sleep because it shuts off incoming signals from the senses, allowing us to rest. 5. Sherman, S.M., and Guillory, R.W. 2006. Exploring the thalamus and its role in cortical function, 2nd ed. Cambridge, Ma. MIT Press. 91. Figure 3.7 The limbic system. This diagram shows the major parts of the limbic system, as well as the pituitary gland, which is controlled by it. The cerebellum, literally, little brain, consists of two wrinkled ovals behind the brain stem. It functions to coordinate voluntary movement. People who have damage to the cerebellum have difficulty walking, keeping their balance, and holding their hands steady. Consuming alcohol influences the cerebellum, which is why people who are drunk have more difficulty walking in a straight line. Also, the cerebellum contributes to emotional responses, helps us discriminate between different sounds and textures, and is important in learning. Bauer and Parsons, 2003. 6. Whereas the primary function of the brain stem is to regulate the most basic aspects of life, including motor functions, the limbic system is largely responsible for memory and emotions, including our responses to reward and punishment. The limbic system is a brain area located between the brain stem and the two cerebral hemispheres that governs emotion and memory. It includes the amygdala, the hypothalamus, and the hippocampus. The amygdala consists of two almond-shaped clusters. Amygdala comes from the Latin word for almond, and is primarily responsible for regulating our perceptions of and reactions to aggression and fear. The amygdala has connections to other bodily systems related to fear, including the sympathetic nervous system, which we will see later is important in fear responses, facial responses, which perceive and express emotions, the processing of smells, and the release of neurotransmitters related to 6. Bauer, J.M., and Parsons, J.M. 2003. Rethinking the Lesser Brain. Scientific American, 289, 50, 57. 92. Stress and Aggression, Best, 2009. 7-in-1 Early Study, Kluverer and Busey, 1939, 8. Damaged the amygdala of an aggressive rhesus monkey. They found that the once angry animal immediately became passive and no longer responded to fearful situations with aggressive behavior. Electrical stimulation of the amygdala in other animals also influences aggression. In addition to helping us experience fear, the amygdala also helps us learn from situations that create fear. When we experience events that are dangerous, the amygdala stimulates the brain to remember the details of the situation so that we learn to avoid it in the future. Sigurdsson, Doira, Kane, and Ledoux, 2007. 9. Located just under the thalamus, hence its name, the hypothalamus is a brain structure that contains a number of small areas that perform a variety of functions, including the important role of linking the nervous system to the endocrine system via the pituitary gland. Through its many interactions with other parts of the brain, the hypothalamus helps regulate body temperature, hunger, thirst, and sex, and responds to the satisfaction of these needs by creating feelings of pleasure. Olds and Milner, 1954, 10, discovered these reward centers accidentally after they had momentarily stimulated the hypothalamus of a rat. The researchers noticed that after being stimulated, the rat continued to move to the exact spot in its cage where the stimulation had occurred, as if it were trying to recreate the circumstances surrounding its original experience. Upon further research into these reward centers, Olds, 1958, 11 discovered that animals would do almost anything to recreate enjoyable stimulation, including crossing a painful electrified grid to receive it. In one Experiment: a rat was given the opportunity to electrically stimulate its own hypothalamus by pressing a pedal. The rat enjoyed the experience so much that it pressed the pedal more than 7,000 times per hour until it collapsed from sheer exhaustion. The hippocampus consists of two horns that curve back from the amygdala. The hippocampus is important in storing information in long-term memory. If the hippocampus is damaged, a person cannot build new memories, living instead in a strange world where everything he or she experiences just fades away, even while older memories from the time before the damage are untouched. 3.2.2 The cerebral cortex creates consciousness and thinking. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. All animals have adapted to their environments by developing abilities that help them survive. Some animals have hard shells, others run extremely fast, and some have 7. Best, B. 2009. The Amygdala and the Emotions. In Anatomy of the Mind, Chapter 9. Retrieved from Welcome to the World of Ben Best website, http://www.benbest.com/science/anatmind/anatmind9 html. 8. Kluver, H., and Busey, P.C. 1939. Preliminary Analysis of Functions of the Temporal Lobes in Monkeys. Archives of Neurology and Psychiatry, Chicago, 42, 979-1000. 9. Sigurdsson, T., Doira, V., Kane, C.K., and Ledoux, J.E. 2007. Long-term potentiation in the amygdala, a cellular mechanism of fear learning and memory. Neuropharmacology, 52, 1, to 15-27. 10. Olds, J., and Milner, P. 1954. Positive reinforcement produced by electrical stimulation of septal area and other regions of rat brain. Journal of Comparative and Physiological Psychology, 47, 419-427. 11. Olds, J. 1958. Self-stimulation of the brain, its use to study local effects of hunger, sex, and drugs. Science, 127. 315-324. 93. Acute hearing. Human beings do not have any of these particular characteristics, but we do have one big advantage over other animals: we are very, very smart. You might think that we should be able to determine the intelligence of an animal by looking at the ratio of the animal's brain weight to the weight of its entire body. But this does not really work. The elephant's brain is 1/1000th of its weight, but the whale's brain is only 1/10,000th of its body weight. On the other hand, although the human brain is 1/60th of its body weight, the mouse's brain represents 1/40th of its body weight. Despite these comparisons, elephants do not seem 10 times smarter than whales, and humans definitely seem smarter than mice. The key to the advanced intelligence of humans is not found in the size of our brains. What sets humans apart from other animals is our larger cerebral cortex, the outer bark-like layer of our brain that allows us to so successfully use language, acquire complex skills, create tools, and live in social groups. Gibson, 2002. 12. In humans, the cerebral cortex is wrinkled and folded, rather than smooth as it is in most other animals. This creates a much greater surface area and size, and allows increased capacities for learning, remembering, and thinking. The folding of the cerebral cortex is referred to as corticalization. Although the cortex is only about 1/10 of an inch thick, it makes up more than 80% of the brain's weight. The cortex contains about 20 billion nerve cells and 300 trillion synaptic connections. D. Kortenmeiers, 1999. 13. Supporting all these neurons are billions more glial cells, glia, cells that surround and link to the neurons, protecting them, providing them with nutrients, and absorbing unused neurotransmitters. The glia come in different forms and have different functions. For instance, the myelin sheath surrounding the axon of many neurons is a type of glial cell. The glia are essential partners of neurons, without which the neurons could not survive or function. Miller, 2005. 14. The cerebral cortex is divided into two hemispheres, and each hemisphere is divided into 4 lobes, each separated by folds known as fissures. If we look at the cortex, starting at the front of the brain and moving over the top, see figure 3.8, we see first the frontal lobe, behind the forehead, which is responsible primarily for thinking, planning, memory, and judgment. Following the frontal lobe is the parietal lobe, which extends from the middle to the back of the skull and which is responsible primarily for processing information about touch. Then comes the occipital lobe, at the very back of the skull, which processes visual information. Finally, in front of the occipital lobe, pretty much between the ears, is the temporal lobe, responsible primarily for hearing and language. 12. Gibson, K.R. 2002. Evolution of Human Intelligence, The Roles of Brain Size and Mental Construction, Brain Behavior and Evolution. 59, 10, 20. 13. D. Kortenmeiers, G.M. 1999. The Human Cerebral Cortex, Gender Differences in Structure and Function. Journal of Neuropathology and Experimental Neurology, 58, 17-26. 14. Miller, G. 2005. Neuroscience, The Dark Side of Glia. Science, 308, 5723, 778, 781. 94. Figure 3.8. The two hemispheres. The brain is divided into two hemispheres, left and right, each of which has 4 lobes: temporal, frontal, occipital, and parietal. Furthermore, there are specific cortical areas that control different processes. 3.2.3 Functions of the cortex. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. When the German physicists Gustav Frege and Eduard Hitzig, 1870-2009, 15 applied mild electric stimulation to different parts of a dog's cortex, they discovered that they could make different parts of the dog's body move. Furthermore, they discovered an important and unexpected principle of brain activity. They found that stimulating the right side of the brain produced movement in the left side of the dog's body, and vice versa. This finding follows from a general principle about how the brain is structured, called contralateral control. The brain is wired such that in most cases the left hemisphere receives sensations from and controls the right side of the body, and vice versa. Frege and Hitzig also found that the movement that followed the brain stimulation only occurred when they stimulated a specific arch-shaped region that runs across the top of the brain from ear to ear, just at the front of the parietal lobe, see Figure 3.9. Frege and Hitzig had discovered the motor cortex, the part of the cortex that controls and executes movements of the body by sending signals to the cerebellum and the spinal cord. More recent research has mapped the motor cortex even more fully, by providing mild electronic stimulation to different areas of the motor cortex in fully conscious patients while observing their bodily responses. Because the brain has no sensory receptors, these patients feel no pain. As you can see in Figure 3.9, this research has revealed that the motor cortex is specialized for providing control over the body, in the sense that the parts of the body that require more precise and finer movements, such as the face and the hands, also are allotted the greatest amount of cortical space. 15. Frege, G., and Hitzig, E. 2009. Electric excitability of the cerebrum, über die elektrische Erregbarkeit des Gehirns. Epilepsy and Behavior, 15, 2, 123-130. Original work published 1870. 95. Figure 3.9. The sensory cortex and the motor cortex. The portion of the sensory and motor cortex devoted to receiving messages that control specific regions of the body is determined by the amount of fine movement that area is capable of performing. Thus the hand and fingers have as much area in the cerebral cortex as does the entire trunk of the body. Just as the motor cortex sends out messages to the specific parts of the body, the somatosensory cortex, an area just behind and parallel to the motor cortex at the back of the frontal lobe, receives information from the skin's sensory receptors, and the movements of different body parts. Again, the more sensitive the body region, the more area is dedicated to it in the sensory cortex. Our sensitive lips, for example, occupy a large area in the sensory cortex, as do our fingers and genitals. Other areas of the cortex process other types of sensory information. The visual cortex is the area located in the occipital lobe, at the very back of the brain, that processes visual information. If you were stimulated in the visual cortex, you would see flashes of light or color, and perhaps you remember having had the experience of seeing stars when you were hit in, or fell on, the back of your head. The temporal lobe, located on the lower side of each hemisphere, contains the auditory cortex, which is responsible for hearing and language. The temporal lobe also processes some visual information, providing us with the ability to name the objects around us. Martin, 2007. 16. As you can see in Figure 3.9, the motor and sensory areas of the cortex account for a relatively small part of the total cortex. The remainder of the cortex is made up of association areas in which sensory and motor information is combined and associated with our stored knowledge. These association areas are the places in the brain that are responsible for most of the things that make human beings seem human. The association areas are involved in higher mental functions, such as learning, thinking, planning, judging, moral reflecting, figuring, and spatial reasoning. 16. Martin, A. 2007. The representation of object concepts in the brain. Annual Review of Psychology, 58, 25, 45. 96. 3.2.4 The brain is flexible, neuroplasticity. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. The control of some specific bodily functions, such as movement, vision, and hearing, is performed in specified areas of the cortex, and if these areas are damaged, the individual will likely lose the ability to perform the corresponding function. For instance, if an infant suffers damage to facial recognition areas in the temporal lobe, it is likely that he or she will never be able to recognize faces. Farah, Rabinovitz, Quinn, and Liu, 2000. 17. On the other hand, the brain is not divided up in an entirely rigid way. The brain's neurons have a remarkable capacity to reorganize and extend themselves, to carry out particular functions in response to the needs of the organism, and to repair damage. As a result, the brain constantly creates new neural communication routes and rewires existing ones. Neuroplasticity refers to the brain's ability to change its structure and function in response to experience or damage. Neuroplasticity enables us to learn and remember new things and adjust to new experiences. Our brains are the most plastic when we are young children, as it is during this time that we learn the most about our environment. On the other hand, neuroplasticity continues to be observed even in adults. Kolb and Fanti, 1989. 18. The principles of neuroplasticity help us understand how our brains develop to reflect our experiences. For instance, accomplished musicians have a larger auditory cortex compared with the general population. Benson et. Alabama, 2005, 19. And also require less neural activity to move their fingers over the keys than do novices. Munt, Altenmuller, and Jank, 2002. 20. These observations reflect the changes in the brain that follow our experiences. Plasticity is also observed when there is damage to the brain or to parts of the body that are represented in the motor and sensory cortexes. When a tumor in the left hemisphere of the brain impairs language, the right hemisphere will begin to compensate to help the person recover the ability to speak. Thiel et Alabama, 2006. 21. And if a person loses a finger, the area of the sensory cortex that previously received information from the missing finger will begin to receive input from adjacent fingers, causing the remaining digits to become more sensitive to touch. Fox, 1984. 22. Although neurons cannot repair or regenerate themselves as skin or blood vessels new evidence suggests that the brain can engage in neurogenesis, the forming of new neurons. Van Praag, Zhao, Gage, and Gazzaniga, 2004. 23. These new neurons originate deep in the brain and may then migrate to other brain areas where they 17. Farah, M.J., Rabinovitz, C., Quinn, G.E., and Liu, G.T. 2000. Early commitment of neural substrates for face recognition. Cognitive Neuropsychology, 17, 1, 3, 117 123. 18. Kolb, B., and Fanti, B. 1989. Development of the child's brain and behavior. In C. R. Reynolds and E. Fletcher Jansen, eds. Handbook of Clinical Child Neuropsychology, pages 17-39. New York, New York, Plenum Press. 19. Bentson, S. L., Nagy, Z., Scare, S., Forsman, L., Forsberg, H., and Ullen, F. 2005. Extensive piano practicing has regionally specific effects on white matter development. Nature Neuroscience, 8, 9, 1148 1150. 20. Munt, T. F., Altenmuller, E., and Jank, L. 2002. The musician's brain as a model of neuroplasticity. Nature Reviews. Neuroscience, 3, 6, 473 478. 21. Thiel, A., Habedank, B., Herholtz, K., Kessler, J., Winhuizen, L., Haupt, W. F., and Heiss, W. D. 2006. From the left to the right. How the brain compensates progressive loss of language function. Brain and Language, 98, 1, 57, 65. 22. Fox, J. L. 1984. The Brain's Dynamic Way of Keeping in Touch. Science, 225, 4664, 82821. 23. Van Praag, H., Zhao, X., Gage, F. H., and Gazzaniga, M. S. 2004. Neurogenesis in the Adult Mammalian Brain. In the Cognitive Neurosciences, 3rd ed., pages 127-137. Cambridge, Ma., MIT Press. 97. Form new connections with other neurons, Gould, 2007. 24. This leaves open the possibility that someday scientists might be able to rebuild damaged brains by creating drugs that help grow neurons. Research focus: identifying the unique functions of the left and right hemispheres using split brain patients. We have seen that the left hemisphere of the brain primarily senses and controls the motor movements on the right side of the body, and vice versa. This fact provides an interesting way to study brain lateralization, the idea that the left and the right hemispheres of the brain are specialized to perform different functions. Gazzaniga, Bogan, and Sperry, 1965, 25 studied a patient, known as W.J., who had undergone an operation to relieve severe seizures. In this surgery, the region that normally connects the two halves of the brain and supports communication between the hemispheres, known as the corpus callosum, is severed. As a result, the patient essentially becomes a person with two separate brains. Because the left and right hemispheres are separated, each hemisphere develops a mind of its own, with its own sensations, concepts, and motivations. Gazzaniga, 2005. 26. In their research, Gazzaniga and his colleagues tested the ability of W.J. to recognize and respond to objects and written passages that were presented to only the left or to only the right brain hemispheres. See Figure 3.10. The researchers had W.J. look straight ahead and then flashed, for a fraction of a second, a picture of a geometrical shape to the left of where he was looking. By doing so, they assured that because the two hemispheres had been separated, the image of the shape was experienced only in the right brain hemisphere. Remember that sensory input from the left side of the body is sent to the right side of the brain. Gazzaniga and his colleagues found that W.J. was able to identify what he had been shown when he was asked to pick the object from a series of shapes, using his left hand, but that he could not do this when the object was shown in the right visual field. On the other hand, W.J. could easily read written material presented in the right visual field, and thus experienced in the left hemisphere, but not when it was presented in the left visual field. 24. Gould, E. 2007. How widespread is adult neurogenesis in mammals? Nature Reviews Neuroscience 8, 481-488. doi, 10.1038/NRN 2147. 25. Gazzaniga, M.S., Bogan, J.E., and Sperry, R.W. 1965. Observations on visual perception after disconnection of the cerebral hemispheres in man. Brain, 88, 2-21 236. 26. Gazzaniga, M.S. 2005. 45 years of split brain research and still going strong. Nature Reviews. Neuroscience, 6, 8, 653-659. 98. Figure 3.10 Visual and verbal processing in the split brain patient. The Information that is presented on the left side of our field of vision is transmitted to the right brain hemisphere, and vice versa. In split brain patients, the severed corpus callosum does not permit information to be transferred between hemispheres, which allows researchers to learn about the functions of each hemisphere. In the sample on the left, the split brain patient could not choose which image had been presented because the left hemisphere cannot process visual information. In the sample on the right, the patient could not read the passage because the right brain hemisphere cannot process language. This research, and many other studies following it, has demonstrated that the two brain hemispheres specialize in different abilities. In most people, the ability to speak, write, and understand language is located in the left hemisphere. This is why WJ could read passages that were presented on the right side and thus transmitted to the left hemisphere, but could not read passages that were only experienced in the right brain hemisphere. The left hemisphere is also better at math and at judging time and rhythm. It is also superior in coordinating the order of complex movements, for example, lip movements needed for speech. The right hemisphere, on the other hand, has only very limited verbal abilities, and yet it excels in perceptual skills. The right hemisphere is able to recognize objects, including faces, patterns, and melodies, and it can put a puzzle together or draw a picture. This is why WJ could pick out the image when he saw it on the left, but not the right, visual field. Although Gazzaniga's research demonstrated that the brain is in fact lateralized, such that the two hemispheres specialize in different activities, this does not mean that when people behave in a certain way or perform a certain activity, they are only using one hemisphere of their brains at a time. That would be drastically oversimplifying the concept of brain differences. We normally use both hemispheres 99 at the same time, and the difference between the abilities of the two hemispheres is not absolute. Soroker et. Alabama, 2005. 27. Psychology in Everyday Life. Why are some people left-handed? Across cultures and ethnic groups, about 90% of people are mainly right-handed, whereas only 10% are primarily left-handed. Peters, Reimers, and Manning, 2006. 28. This fact is puzzling, in part because the number of left-handers is so low, and in part because other animals, including our closest primate relatives, do not show any type of handedness. The existence of right-handers and left-handers provides an interesting example of the relationship among evolution, biology, and social factors, and how the same phenomenon can be understood at different levels of analysis. Harris, 1990, McManus, 2002. 29. At least some handedness is determined by genetics. Ultrasound scans show that 9 out of 10 fetuses suck the thumb of their right hand, suggesting that the preference is determined before birth. Hepper, Wells, and Lynch, 2005, 30. And the mechanism of Transmission has been linked to a gene on the X chromosome, Jones and Martin, 2000. 31. It has also been observed that left-handed people are likely to have fewer children, and this may be in part because the mothers of left-handers are more prone to miscarriages and other prenatal problems. McKeever, Saron, Suter, and Wu, 2000. 32. But culture also plays a role. In the past, left-handed children were forced to write with their right hands in many countries, and this practice continues, particularly in collectivistic cultures, such as India and Japan, where left-handedness is viewed negatively as compared with individualistic societies, such as the United States. For example, 27. Soroker, N. Kasher, A. Jura, R. Battery, G. Korn, C. Gill, M. and Zadel, E. 2005. Processing of basic speech acts. Following localized brain damage, a new light on the neuroanatomy of language. Brain and Cognition, 57, 214-17. 28. Peters, M., Reimers, S., and Manning, J.T. 2006. Hand preference for writing and associations with selected demographic and behavioral variables in 255,100 subjects, the BBC Internet Study. Brain and Cognition, 62, 177-189. 29. Harris, L.J. 1990. Cultural Influences on Handedness, Historical and Contemporary Theory and Evidence. In S. Coren, edition, Left-Handedness, Behavioral Implications and Anomalies. New York, Elsevier, McManus, I.C. 2002. Right hand, left hand, The Origins of Asymmetry in Brains, Bodies, Atoms, and Cultures. Cambridge, Ma. Harvard University Press. 30. Hepper, P.G., Wells, D.L., and Lynch, C. 2005. Prenatal thumb sucking is related to postnatal handedness. Neuropsychology, 43, 313-315. 31. Jones, G.V., and Martin, M. 2000. A Note on Corvallis, 1997, and the Genetics and Evolution of Handedness. Developing a Unified Distributional Model from the Sex Chromosomes Gene Hypothesis. Psychological Review. 107, 1, 213-18. 32. McKeever, W.F., Saron, L.J., Suter, P.J., and Wu, S.M. 2000. Family Size, Miscarriage Proneness, and Handedness, Tests of Hypotheses of the Developmental Instability Theory of Handedness. Laterality. Asymmetries of Body, Brain, and Cognition, 5, 2, 111-120. 100. India has about half as many left-handers as the United States, Ida and Mondal, 2003. 33. There are both advantages and disadvantages to being left-handed in a world where most people are right-handed. One problem for lefties is that the world is designed for right-handers. Automatic teller machines, ATMs, classroom desks, scissors, microscopes, drill presses, and table saws are just some examples of everyday machinery that is designed with the most important controls on the right side. This may explain in part why left-handers suffer somewhat more accidents than do right-handers. Dutta and Mandal. 2006, 34. Despite the potential difficulty living and working in a world designed for right-handers, there seem to be some advantages to being left-handed. Throughout history, a number of prominent artists have been left-handed, including Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, Pablo Picasso, and Max Escher. Because the right hemisphere is superior in imaging and visual abilities, there may be some advantage to using the left hand for drawing or painting. Springer and Deutsch, 1998. 35 Left-handed people are also better at envisioning three-dimensional objects, which may explain why there is such a high number of left-handed architects, artists, and chess players in proportion to their numbers. Koren, 1992. 36 However, there are also more left-handers among those with reading disabilities, allergies, and migraine headaches. Geschwind and Bien. 2007, 37 Perhaps due to the fact that a small minority of left-handers owe their handedness to a birth trauma, such as being born prematurely. Betancourt, Valles, Cabaniu, and L. E. Mole, 1990. 38. In sports in which handedness may matter, such as tennis, boxing, fencing, or judo, left-handers may have an advantage. They play many games against right-handers and learn how to best handle their styles. Right-handers, however, play very few games against left-handers, which may make them more vulnerable. This explains why a disproportionately high number of left-handers are found in sports where direct one-on-one action predominates. In other sports, such as golf, there are fewer left-handed players because the handedness of one player has no effect on the competition. 33. Ida, Y, and Mandal, M.K. 2003. Cultural differences inside bias, evidence from Japan and India. Laterality. Asymmetries of body, brain, and cognition. 8, 2, 121, 133. 34. Dutta, T, and Mandal, M.K. 2006. Hand preference and accidents in India. Laterality, asymmetries of body, brain, and cognition. 11, 368, 372. 35. Springer, S.P., and Deutsch, G. 1998. Left brain, right brain, Perspectives from Cognitive Neuroscience, 5th ed. A series of books in psychology. New York, New York, W. H. Freeman/Times Books/Henry Holt & Co. 36. Koren, S. 1992. The Left-Hander Syndrome, The Causes and Consequences of Left-Handedness. New York, New York. Free Press. 37. Geschwind, N. and Bien, P. 2007. Left-handedness, association with immune disease, migraine, and developmental learning disorder. Cambridge, Ma, MIT Press. 38. Betancourt, C., Valles, A., Cabanieu, G., and L. E. Mole, M. 1990. Association between left-handedness and allergy, A. Reappraisal. Neuropsychology, 28, 2-23-27. 101. The fact that left-handers excel in some sports suggests the possibility that they may have also had an evolutionary advantage, because their ancestors may have been more successful in important skills such as hand-to-hand combat. Bodmer and McKee, 1994. 39. At this point, however, this idea remains only a hypothesis, and determinants of human-handedness are yet to be fully understood. Key takeaways: the old brain, including the brain stem, medulla, pons, reticular formation, thalamus, cerebellum, amygdala, hypothalamus, and hippocampus, regulates basic survival functions, such as breathing, moving, resting, feeding, emotions, and memory. The cerebral cortex, made up of billions of neurons and glial cells, is divided into the right and left hemispheres and into 4 lobes. The frontal lobe is primarily responsible for thinking, planning, memory, and judgment. The parietal lobe is primarily responsible for bodily sensations and touch. The temporal lobe is primarily responsible for hearing and language. The occipital lobe is primarily responsible for vision. Other areas of the cortex act as association areas, responsible for integrating information. The brain changes as a function of experience and potential damage, in a process known as plasticity. The brain can generate new neurons through neurogenesis. The motor cortex controls voluntary movements. Body parts requiring the most control and dexterity take up the most space in the motor cortex. The sensory cortex receives and processes bodily sensations. Body parts that are the most sensitive occupy the greatest amount of space in the sensory cortex. The left cerebral hemisphere is primarily responsible for language and speech in most people, whereas the right hemisphere specializes in spatial and perceptual skills, visualization, and the recognition of patterns, faces, and melodies. The severing of the corpus callosum, which connects the 2 hemispheres, creates a split brain patient, with the effect of creating 2 separate minds operating in one person. Studies with split brain patients as research participants have been used to study brain lateralization. 39. Bodmer, W., and McKee, R. 1994. The Book of Man, The Quest to Discover Our Genetic Heritage. London, England. Little, Brown and Company. 102. Neuroplasticity allows the brain to adapt and change as a function of experience or damage. Exercises and critical thinking. 1. Do you think that animals experience emotion? What aspects of brain structure might lead you to believe that they do or do not? 2. Consider your own experiences and speculate on which parts of your brain might be particularly well developed as a result of these experiences. 3. Which brain hemisphere are you likely to be using when you search for a fork in the silverware drawer? Which brain hemisphere are you most likely to be using when you struggle to remember the name of an old friend? 4. Do you think that encouraging left-handed children to use their right hands is a good idea? Why or why not? 3.3 Psychologists study the brain using many different methods. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning objectives. 1. Compare and contrast the techniques that scientists use to view and understand brain structures and functions. One problem in understanding the brain is that it is difficult to get a good picture of what is going on inside it. But there are a variety of empirical methods that allow scientists to look at brains in action, and the number of possibilities has increased dramatically in recent years with the introduction of new neuroimaging techniques. In this section we will consider the various techniques that psychologists use to learn about the brain. Each of the different techniques has some advantages, and when we put them together, we begin to get a relatively good picture of how the brain functions, and which brain structures control which activities. Perhaps the most immediate approach to visualizing and understanding the structure of the brain is to directly analyze the brains of human cadavers. When Albert Einstein died in 1955, his brain was removed and stored for later analysis. Researcher Marion Diamond, 1999, 40 later analyzed a section of the Einstein's cortex to investigate its characteristics. Diamond was interested in the role of glia, and she hypothesized that the ratio of glial cells to neurons was an important determinant of intelligence. To test. 40. Diamond, M.C. 1999. Why Einstein's Brain? New Horizons for Learning. Retrieved from http://www.newhorizons.org. Neuro/Diamond_Einstein HTM. 103. This hypothesis, she compared the ratio of glia to neurons in Einstein's brain with the ratio in the preserved brains of 11 other more ordinary men. However, Diamond was able to find support for only part of her research hypothesis. Although she found that Einstein's brain had relatively more glia in all the areas that she studied than did the control group, the difference was only statistically significant in one of the areas she tested. Diamond admits a limitation in her study is that she had only one Einstein to compare with 11 ordinary men. 3.3.1 Lesions provide a picture of what is missing. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. An advantage of the cadaver approach is that the brains can be fully studied, but an obvious disadvantage is that the brains are no longer active. In other cases, however, we can study living brains. The brains of living human beings may be damaged, for instance, as a result of strokes, falls, automobile accidents, gunshots, or tumors. These damages are called lesions. In rare occasions, brain lesions may be created intentionally through surgery, such as that designed to remove brain tumors or, as in split brain patients, to reduce the effects of epilepsy. Psychologists also sometimes intentionally create lesions in animals to study the effects on their behavior. In so doing, they hope to be able to draw inferences about the likely functions of human brains from the effects of the lesions in animals. Lesions allow the scientist to observe any loss of brain function that may occur. For instance, when an individual suffers a stroke, a blood clot deprives part of the brain of oxygen, killing the neurons in the area and rendering that area unable to process information. In some cases, the result of the stroke is a specific lack of ability. For instance, if the stroke influences the occipital lobe, then vision may suffer, and if the stroke influences the areas associated with language or speech, these functions will suffer. In fact, our earliest understanding of the specific areas involved in speech and language were gained by studying patients who had experienced strokes. It is now known that a good part of our moral reasoning abilities are located in the frontal lobe, and at least some of this understanding comes from lesion studies. For instance, consider the well-known case of Phineas Gage, a 25-year-old railroad worker who, as a result of an explosion, had an iron rod driven into his cheek and out through the top of his skull, causing major damage to his frontal lobe. Macmillan, 2000. 41. Although remarkably Gage was able to return to work after the wounds healed, he no longer seemed to be the same person to those who knew him. The amiable, soft-spoken Gage had become irritable, rude, irresponsible, and dishonest. Although there are questions about the interpretation of this case study, Kotovich, 2007, 42, it did provide early evidence that the frontal lobe is involved in emotion and morality. Damasio et Alabama, 2005. 43. 41. Macmillan, M. 2000. An Odd Kind of Fame, Stories of Phineas Gage. Cambridge, Ma, MIT Press. 42. Kotovich, Z. 2007. The Strange Case of Phineas Gage. History of the Human Sciences, 21, 115-131. 43. Damasio, H., Grabowski, T., Frank, R., Galiberta, A. M., Damasio, A. R., Cacioppo, J. T., and Berntson, G. G. 2005. The Return of Phineas Gage, Clues about the brain from the skull of a famous patient. In Social Neuroscience, Key Readings. Pages 21-28. New York, New York, Psychology Press. 104. More recent and more controlled research has also used patients with lesions to investigate the source of moral reasoning. Michael Koenigs and his colleagues. Koenigs et. Alabama, 2007, 44 asked groups of normal persons, individuals with lesions in the frontal lobes, and individuals with lesions in other places in the brain to respond to scenarios that involved doing harm to a person, even though the harm ultimately saved the lives of other people. Miller, 2008. 45. In one of the scenarios, the participants were asked if they would be willing to kill one person in order to prevent 5 other people from being killed. As you can see in Figure 3.11, they found that the individuals with lesions in the frontal lobe were significantly more likely to agree to do the harm than were individuals from the 2 other groups. Figure 3.11 The frontal lobe and moral judgment. Koenigs and his colleagues, 2007, 46 found that the frontal lobe is important in moral judgment. Persons with lesions in the frontal lobe were more likely to be willing to harm one person in order to save the lives of 5 others than were control participants or those with lesions in other parts of the brain. 3.3.2 Recording electrical activity in the brain. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. In addition to lesion approaches, it is also possible to learn about the brain by studying the electrical activity created by the firing of its neurons. One approach, primarily used with animals, is to place detectors in the brain to study the responses of specific neurons. Research using these techniques has found, for instance, that there are specific neurons, known as feature detectors, in the visual cortex that detect movement, lines and edges, and even faces. Ken Wisher, 2000. 47. A less invasive approach, and one that can be used on living humans, is electroencephalography, EEG. The EEG is a technique that records the electrical activity. 44. Koenigs, M., Young, L., Adolphs, R., Tranel, D., Cushman, F., Hauser, M., and Damasio, A. 2007. Damage to the prefrontal cortex increases utilitarian moral judgments. Nature, 446, 7138, 908911. 45. Miller, G. 2008. The Roots of Morality. Science, 320, 734-737. 46. Koenigs, M., Young, L., Adolphs, R., Tranel, D., Cushman, F., Hauser, M., and Damasio, A. 2007. Damage to the prefrontal cortex increases utilitarian moral judgments. Nature, 446, 7138, 908911. 47. Kenwisher, N. 2000. Domain specificity in face perception. Nature Neuroscience, 3, 8, 759, 763. 105. Produced by the brain's neurons through the use of electrodes that are placed around the research participant's head. An EEG can show if a person is asleep, awake, or anesthetized because the brain wave patterns are known to differ during each state. EEGs can also track the waves that are produced when a person is reading, writing, and speaking, and are useful for understanding brain abnormalities, such as epilepsy. A particular advantage of EEG is that the participant can move around while the recordings are being taken, which is useful when measuring brain activity in children who often have difficulty keeping still. Furthermore, by following electrical impulses across the surface of the brain, researchers can observe changes over very fast time periods. 3.3.3 Peeking inside the brain, neuroimaging. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Although the EEG can provide information about the general patterns of electrical activity within the brain, and although the EEG allows the researcher to see these changes quickly as they occur in real time, the electrodes must be placed on the surface of the skull, and each electrode measures brain waves from large areas of the brain. As a result, EEGs do not provide a very clear picture of the structure of the brain. But techniques exist to provide more specific brain images. Functional magnetic resonance imaging, fMRI, is a type of brain scan that uses a magnetic field to create images of brain activity in each brain area. The patient lies on a bed within a large cylindrical structure containing a very strong magnet. Neurons that are firing use more oxygen, and the need for oxygen increases blood flow to the area. The fMRI detects the amount of blood flow in each brain region, and thus is an indicator of neural activity. Very clear and detailed pictures of brain structures can be produced via fMRI. Often, the images take the form of cross-sectional slices that are obtained as the magnetic field is passed across the brain. The images of these slices are taken repeatedly and are superimposed on images of the brain structure itself to show how activity changes in different brain structures over time. When the research participant is asked to engage in tasks while in the scanner, for example, by playing a game with another person, the images can show which parts of the brain are associated with which types of tasks. Another advantage of the fMRI is that it is non-invasive. The research participant simply enters the machine and the scans begin. Although the scanners themselves are expensive, the advantages of fMRIs are substantial, and they are now available in many university and hospital settings. fMRI is now the most commonly used method of learning about brain structure. There is still one more approach that is being more frequently implemented to understand brain function, and although it is new, it may turn out to be the most useful of all. Transcranial magnetic stimulation, TMS, is a procedure in which magnetic pulses are applied to the brain of living persons with the goal of temporarily and safely deactivating a small brain region. In TMS studies, the research participant is first 106 scanned in an fMRI machine to determine the exact location of the brain area to be tested. Then the electrical stimulation is provided to the brain before or while the participant is working on a cognitive task, and the effects of the stimulation on performance are assessed. If the participant's ability to perform the task is influenced by the presence of the stimulation, then the researchers can conclude that this particular area of the brain is important to carrying out the task. The primary advantage of TMS is that it allows the researcher to draw causal conclusions about the influence of brain structures on thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. When the TMS pulses are applied, the brain region becomes less active, and this deactivation is expected to influence the research participants' responses. Current research has used TMS to study the brain areas responsible for emotion and cognition and their roles in how people perceive intention and approach moral reasoning. Colby et Alabama, 2010, Van den Eend et Alabama, 2010, Young, Camprothone, Hauser, Pasqualeone, and Sachs, 2010. 48 TMS is also used as a treatment for a variety of psychological conditions, including migraine, Parkinson's disease, and major depressive disorder. Research focus: cyber ostracism. Neuroimaging techniques have important implications for understanding our behavior, including our responses to those around us. Naomi Eisenberger and her colleagues, 2003, 49 tested the hypothesis that people who were excluded by others would report emotional distress and that images of their brains would show that they experienced pain in the same part of the brain where physical pain is normally experienced. In the experiment, 13 participants were each placed into an fMRI brain imaging machine. The participants were told that they would be playing a computer cyberball game with two other players who were also in fMRI machines. The two opponents did not actually exist, and their responses were controlled by the computer. Each of the participants was measured under 3 different conditions. In the first part of the experiment, the participants were told that as a result of technical difficulties, the link to the other 2 scanners could not yet be made, and thus at first they could not engage in, but only watch, the gameplay. This allowed the researchers to take a baseline fMRI reading. Then, during a second inclusion scan, the participants played the game, supposedly with the 2 other players. During this time, the other players threw the ball to the participants. In the third exclusion scan, however, the 48 Colby, E. Schlegel, M. Sack, A.T. Nowak, D.A. Dafotakis, M. Vanguard, C. Kessler, J. 2010. Dissociating cognitive from Affective Theory of Mind, ATMS Study. Cortex, a journal devoted to the study of the nervous system and behavior, 46, 6. 769-780, Van den Einde, F. Claudino, A. M., Mogg, A. Horrell, L. Stahl, D. Schmidt, U. 2010. Repetitive transcranial magnetic stimulation reduces cue-induced food craving in bulimic disorders. Biological Psychiatry, 67, 8, 793-795. Young, L. Camprothone, J. A. Hauser, M. Pasqualeone, A. and Sachs, R. 2010. Disruption of the right temporoparietal junction with transcranial magnetic stimulation reduces the role of beliefs in moral judgments. PNAS Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences of the United States of America, 107, 15, 6753, 6758. 49. Eisenberger, N.I., Lieberman, M.D., and Williams, K.D. 2003. Does Rejection Hurt? An fMRI Study of Social Exclusion. Science, 302, 5643, 290-92. 107. Participants initially received 7 throws from the other 2 players but were then excluded from the game because the 2 players stopped throwing the ball to the participants for the remainder of the scan, 45 throws. The results of the analyses showed that activity in 2 areas of the frontal lobe was significantly greater during the exclusion scan than during the inclusion scan. Because these brain regions are known from prior research to be active for individuals who are experiencing physical pain, the authors concluded that these results show that the physiological brain responses associated with being socially excluded by others are similar to brain responses experienced upon physical injury. Further research, Chen, Williams, Fitness, and Newton, 2008. Wesselman, Bagg, and Williams, 2009, 50 has documented that people react to being excluded in a variety of situations with a variety of emotions and behaviors. People who feel that they are excluded, or even those who observe other people being excluded, not only experience pain, but feel worse about themselves and their relationships with people more generally. And they may work harder to try to restore their connections with others. Key takeaways. Studying the brains of cadavers can lead to discoveries about brain structure, but these studies are limited due to the fact that the brain is no longer active. Lesion studies are informative about the effects of lesions on different brain regions. Electrophysiological recording may be used in animals to directly measure brain activity. Measures of electrical activity in the brain, such as electroencephalography, EEG, are used to assess brain wave patterns and activity. Functional magnetic resonance imaging, fMRI, measures blood flow in the brain during different activities, providing information about the activity of neurons and thus the functions of brain regions. 50. Chen, Z. Williams, KD, Fitness, J, and Newton, NC. 2008. When hurt will not heal, exploring the capacity to relieve social and physical pain. Psychological Science, 19, 8, 789-795, Wesselman, E.D., Bagg, D., and Williams. K.D. 2009. I Feel Your Pain, The Effects of Observing Ostracism on the Ostracism Detection System. Journal of Experimental Social Psychology, 45, 6, 1308-1311. 108. Transcranial magnetic stimulation, TMS, is used to temporarily and safely deactivate a small brain region, with the goal of testing the causal effects of the deactivation on behavior. Exercises and critical thinking. 1. Consider the different ways that psychologists study the brain, and think of a psychological characteristic or behavior that could be studied using each of the different techniques. 3.4 Putting it all together, the nervous system and the endocrine system. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning Objectives. 1. Summarize the primary functions of the CNS and of the subsystems of the PNS. 2. Explain how the electrical components of the nervous system and the chemical components of the endocrine system work together to influence behavior. Now that we have considered how individual neurons operate and the roles of the different brain areas, it is time to ask how the body manages to put it all together. How do the complex activities in the various parts of the brain, the simple all or nothing firings of billions of interconnected neurons, and the various chemical systems within the body, work together to allow the body to respond to the social environment and engage in everyday behaviors? In this section we will see that the complexities of human behavior are accomplished through the joint actions of electrical and chemical processes in the nervous system and the endocrine system. 3.4.1 Electrical control of behavior, the nervous system. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. The nervous system, see Figure 3.12, the electrical information highway of the body, is made up of nerves, bundles of interconnected neurons that fire in synchrony to carry messages. The central nervous system, CNS, made up of the brain and spinal cord, is the major controller of the body's functions, charged with interpreting sensory information and responding to it with its own directives. The CNS interprets information coming in from the senses, formulates an appropriate reaction, and sends responses to the appropriate system to respond accordingly. Everything that we see, hear, smell, touch, and taste is conveyed to us from our sensory organs as neural. 109. Impulses, and each of the commands that the brain sends to the body, both consciously and unconsciously, travels through this system as well. Figure 3.12 The functional divisions of the nervous system. Nerves are differentiated according to their function. A sensory, or afferent, neuron carries information from the sensory receptors, whereas a motor, or efferent, neuron transmits information to the muscles and glands. An interneuron, which is by far the most common type of neuron, is located primarily within the CNS and is responsible for communicating among the neurons. Interneurons allow the brain to combine the multiple sources of available information to create a coherent picture of the sensory information being conveyed. The spinal cord is the long, thin, tubular bundle of nerves and supporting cells that extends down from the brain. It is the central throughway of information for the body. Within the spinal cord, ascending tracts of sensory neurons relay sensory information from the sense organs to the brain, while descending tracts of motor neurons relay motor commands back to the body when a quicker than usual response is required. The spinal cord can do its own processing, bypassing the brain altogether. A reflex is an involuntary and nearly instantaneous movement in response to a stimulus. Reflexes are triggered when sensory information is powerful enough to reach a given threshold, and the interneurons in the spinal cord act to send a message back through the motor neurons without relaying the information to the brain. See figure 3.13. When you touch a hot stove and immediately pull your hand back, or when you fumble your cell phone and instinctively reach to catch it before it falls, reflexes in your spinal cord order the appropriate responses before your brain even knows what is happening. 110. Figure 3.13 The reflex. The central nervous system can interpret signals from sensory neurons and respond to them extremely quickly via the motor neurons without any need for the brain to be involved. These quick responses, known as reflexes, can reduce the damage that we might experience as a result of, for instance, touching a hot stove. If the central nervous system is the command center of the body, the peripheral nervous system, PNS, represents the front line. The PNS links the CNS to the body's sense receptors, muscles, and glands. As you can see in figure 3.14, the peripheral nervous system is itself divided into two subsystems, one controlling internal responses and one controlling external responses. The autonomic nervous system, ANS, is the division of the PNS that governs the internal activities of the human body, including heart rate, breathing, digestion, salivation, perspiration, urination, and sexual arousal. Many of the actions of the ANS, such as heart rate and digestion, are automatic and out of our conscious control, but others, such as breathing and sexual activity, can be controlled and influenced by conscious processes. The somatic nervous system, SNS, is the division of the PNS that controls the external aspects of the body, including the skeletal muscles, skin, and sense organs. The somatic nervous system consists primarily of motor nerves responsible for sending brain signals for muscle contraction. The autonomic nervous system itself can be further subdivided into the sympathetic and parasympathetic systems, see Figure 3.14. The sympathetic division of the ANS is involved in preparing the body for behavior, particularly in response to stress, by activating the organs and the glands in the endocrine system. The parasympathetic division of the ANS tends to calm the body by slowing the heart and breathing and by allowing the body to recover from the activities that the sympathetic system causes. The sympathetic and the parasympathetic divisions normally function in opposition to each other, such that the sympathetic division acts a bit like the accelerator pedal on a car and the parasympathetic division acts like the brake. 111. Figure 3.14. The autonomic nervous system. The autonomic nervous system has two divisions. The sympathetic division acts to energize the body, preparing it for action. The parasympathetic division acts to calm the body, allowing it to rest. Our everyday activities are controlled by the interaction between the sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous systems. For example, when we get out of bed in the morning, we would experience a sharp drop in blood pressure if it were not for the action of the sympathetic system, which automatically increases blood flow through the body. Similarly, after we eat a big meal, the parasympathetic system automatically sends more blood to the stomach and intestines, allowing us to efficiently digest the food. And perhaps you've had the experience of not being at all hungry before a stressful event, such as a sports game or an exam, when the sympathetic division was primarily in action, but suddenly finding yourself starved afterward, as the parasympathetic takes over. The two systems work together to maintain vital bodily functions, resulting in homeostasis, the natural balance in the body's systems. 112. 3.4.2 The body's chemicals help control behavior. The endocrine system. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. The nervous system is designed to protect us from danger through its interpretation of and reactions to stimuli. But a primary function of the sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous systems is to interact with the endocrine system to elicit chemicals that provide another system for influencing our feelings and behaviors. A gland in the endocrine system is made up of groups of cells that function to secrete hormones. A hormone is a chemical that moves throughout the body to help regulate emotions and behaviors. When the hormones released by one gland arrive at receptor tissues or other glands, these receiving receptors may trigger the release of other hormones, resulting in a series of complex chemical chain reactions. The endocrine system works together with the nervous system to influence many aspects of human behavior, including growth, reproduction, and metabolism. And the endocrine system plays a vital role in emotions. Because the glands in men and women differ, hormones also help explain some of the observed behavioral differences between men and women. The major glands in the endocrine system are shown in Figure 3.15. 113. Figure 3.15. The major glands of the endocrine system. The male is shown on the left and the female on the right. The pituitary gland, a small pea-sized gland located near the center of the brain, is responsible for controlling the body's growth, but it also has many other influences that make it of primary importance to regulating behavior. The pituitary secretes hormones that influence our responses to pain as well as hormones that signal the ovaries and testes to make sex hormones. The pituitary gland also controls ovulation and the menstrual cycle in women. Because the pituitary has such an important influence on other glands, it is sometimes known as the master gland. Other glands in the endocrine system include the pancreas, which secretes hormones designed to keep the body supplied with fuel to produce and maintain stores of energy, the pineal gland, located in the middle of the brain, which secretes melatonin, a hormone that helps regulate the wake-sleep cycle, and the thyroid and parathyroid glands, which are responsible for determining how quickly the body uses energy and hormones, and controlling the amount of calcium in the blood and bones. The body has two triangular adrenal glands, one atop each kidney. The adrenal glands produce hormones that regulate salt and water balance in the body, and they are involved in metabolism, the immune system, and sexual development and function. 114. The most important function of the adrenal glands is to secrete the hormones epinephrine, also known as adrenaline, and norepinephrine, also known as noradrenaline, when we are excited, threatened, or stressed. Epinephrine and norepinephrine stimulate the sympathetic division of the ANS, causing increased heart and lung activity, dilation of the pupils, and increases in blood sugar, which give the body a surge of energy to respond to a threat. The activity and role of the adrenal glands in response to stress provides an excellent example of the close relationship and interdependency of the nervous and endocrine systems. A quick-acting nervous system is essential for immediate activation of the adrenal glands, while the endocrine system mobilizes the body for action. The male sex glands, known as the testes, secrete a number of hormones, the most important of which is testosterone, the male sex hormone. Testosterone regulates body changes associated with sexual development, including enlargement of the penis, deepening of the voice, growth of facial and pubic hair, and the increase in muscle growth and strength. The ovaries, the female sex glands, are located in the pelvis. They produce eggs and secrete the female hormones estrogen and progesterone. Estrogen is involved in the development of female sexual features, including breast growth, the accumulation of body fat around the hips and thighs, and the growth spurt that occurs during puberty. Both estrogen and progesterone are also involved in pregnancy and the regulation of the menstrual cycle. Recent research has pinpointed some of the important roles of the sex hormones in social behavior. Dabbs, Hargrove, and Husel, 1996, 51 measured the testosterone levels of 240 men who were members of 12 fraternities at 2 universities. They also obtained descriptions of the fraternities from university officials, fraternity officers, yearbook and chapter house photographs, and researcher field notes. The researchers correlated the testosterone levels and the descriptions of each fraternity. They found that the fraternities with the highest average testosterone levels were also more wild and unruly, and one of these fraternities was known across campus for the crudeness of its behavior. On the other hand, the fraternities with the lowest average testosterone levels were more well-behaved, friendly and pleasant, academically successful, and socially responsible. Banks and Dabbs, 1996, 52 found that juvenile delinquents and prisoners who had high levels of testosterone also acted more violently, and Tremblay et Alabama, 1998, 53 found that testosterone was related to toughness and leadership behaviors in adolescent boys. Although testosterone levels are higher in men than in women, the relationship between testosterone and aggression is not limited to males. Studies have also shown a positive relationship between testosterone and aggression and related behaviors, such as competitiveness. In women, Kashdan, 2003. 54. It must be kept in mind that the observed relationships between testosterone levels and aggressive behavior that have been found in these studies do not prove that. 51. Dabbs, J.M., Jr., Hargrove, M.F., and Husel, C. 1996. Testosterone differences among college fraternities, well-behaved versus rambunctious. Personality and individual differences, 22, 157-161. 52. Banks, T., and Dabbs, J.M., Jr. 1996. Salivary testosterone and cortisol in delinquent and violent urban subculture. Journal of Social Psychology, 136, 1, 49, 56. 53. Tremblay, R.E., Schall, B., Bollaris, B., Arsenault, L., Sausignan, R.G., Paquette, D., and Laron, D. 1998. Testosterone, Physical Aggression, Dominance, and Physical Development in Early Adolescence. International Journal of Behavioral Development, 22, 4, 753-777. 54. Kashdan, E. 2003. Hormones and Competitive Aggression in Women. Aggressive Behavior, 29, 2, 107-115. 115. Testosterone causes aggression. The relationships are only correlational. In fact, there is evidence that the relationship between violence and testosterone also goes in the other direction. Playing an aggressive game, such as tennis or even chess, increases the testosterone levels of the winners and decreases the testosterone levels of losers. Gladue, Boeckler, and McCall, 1989, Mazur, Booth, and Dabbs, 1992, 55. And perhaps this is why excited soccer fans sometimes riot when their team wins. Recent research has also begun to document the role that female sex hormones may play in reactions to others. A study about hormonal influences on social cognitive functioning, McRae, Alnwick, Milne, and Schlorscheit, 2002, 56 found that women were more easily able to perceive and categorize male faces during the more fertile phases of their menstrual cycles. Although researchers did not directly measure the presence of hormones, it is likely that phase-specific hormonal differences influenced the women's perceptions. At this point, you can begin to see the important role the hormones play in behavior. But the hormones we have reviewed in this section represent only a subset of the many influences that hormones have on our behaviors. In the chapters to come we will consider the important roles that hormones play in many other behaviors, including sleeping, sexual activity, and helping and harming others. Key takeaways: the body uses both electrical and chemical systems to create homeostasis. The CNS is made up of bundles of nerves that carry messages to and from the PNS. The peripheral nervous system is composed of the autonomic nervous system, ANS, and the peripheral nervous system, PNS. The ANS is further divided into the sympathetic, activating, and parasympathetic, calming, nervous systems. These divisions are activated by glands and organs in the endocrine system. Specific nerves, including sensory neurons, motor neurons, and interneurons, each have specific functions. The spinal cord may bypass the brain by responding rapidly using reflexes. The pituitary gland is a master gland, affecting many other glands. Hormones produced by the pituitary and adrenal glands regulate growth, stress, sexual functions, and chemical balance in the body. 55. Gladue, B.A., Boeckler, M., and McCall, K.D. 1989. Hormonal response to competition in human males. Aggressive behavior, 15, 6, 409-422, Mazur, A., Booth, A., and Dabbs, J.M. 1992. Testosterone and chess competition. Social Psychology Quarterly, 55, 1, 70-77. 56. McRae, C.N., Alnwick, K.A., Milne, A.B., and Schlorscheit, A.M. 2002. Person perception across the menstrual cycle. Hormonal influences on social cognitive functioning. Psychological Science, 13, 6, 532-536. 116. The adrenal glands produce epinephrine and norepinephrine, the hormones responsible for our reactions to stress. The sex hormones, testosterone, estrogen, and progesterone, play an important role in sex differences. Exercises and critical thinking. 1. Recall a time when you were threatened or stressed. What physiological reactions did you experience in the situation, and what aspects of the endocrine system do you think created those reactions? 2. Consider the emotions that you have experienced over the past several weeks. What hormones do you think might have been involved in creating those emotions? 3.5 Chapter Summary. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. All human behavior, thoughts, and feelings are produced by the actions of our brains, nerves, muscles, and glands. The body is controlled by the nervous system, consisting of the central nervous system, CNS, and the peripheral nervous system, PNS, and the endocrine system, which is made up of glands that create and control hormones. Neurons are the cells in the nervous system. Neurons are composed of a soma that contains the nucleus of the cell, a dendrite that collects information from other cells and sends the information to the soma, and a long segmented fiber, known as the axon, which transmits information away from the cell body toward other neurons, and to the muscles and glands. The nervous system operates using an electrochemical process. An electrical charge moves through the neuron itself, and chemicals are used to transmit information between neurons. Within the neuron, the electrical charge occurs in the form of an action potential. The action potential operates in an all-or-nothing manner. Neurons are separated by junction areas known as synapses. Neurotransmitters travel across the synaptic space between the terminal button of one neuron and the dendrites of other neurons, where they bind to the dendrites in the neighboring neurons. More than 100 chemical substances produced in the body have been identified as neurotransmitters, and these substances have a wide and profound effect on emotion, cognition, and behavior. Drugs that we may ingest may either mimic, agonists, or block, antagonists, the operations of neurotransmitters. The brains of all animals are layered, and generally quite similar in overall form. 117. The brain stem is the oldest and innermost region of the brain. It controls the most basic functions of life, including breathing, attention, and motor responses. The brain stem includes the medulla, the pons, and the reticular formation. Above the brain stem are other parts of the old brain involved in the processing of behavior and emotions, including the thalamus, the cerebellum, and the limbic system. The limbic system includes the amygdala, the hypothalamus, and the hippocampus. The cerebral cortex contains about 20 billion nerve cells and 300 trillion synaptic connections, and it's supported by billions more glial cells that surround and link to the neurons. The cerebral cortex is divided into two hemispheres, and each hemisphere is divided into 4 lobes, each separated by folds known as fissures. The frontal lobe is primarily responsible for thinking, planning, memory, and judgment. The parietal lobe is responsible for processing information about touch. The occipital lobe processes visual information, and the temporal lobe is responsible for hearing and language. The cortex also includes the motor cortex, the somatosensory cortex, the visual cortex, the auditory cortex, and the association areas. The brain can develop new neurons, a process known as neurogenesis, as well as new routes for neural communications, neuroplasticity. Psychologists study the brain using cadaver and lesion approaches, as well as through neuroimaging techniques that include electroencephalography, EEG, functional magnetic resonance imaging, fMRI, and transcranial magnetic stimulation, TMS. Sensory, afferent, neurons carry information from the sensory receptors, whereas motor, efferent, neurons transmit information to the muscles and glands. Interneurons, by far the most common of neurons, are located primarily within the CNS and responsible for communicating among the neurons. The peripheral nervous system is itself divided into two subsystems, one controlling internal responses, the autonomic nervous system (ANS), and one controlling external responses, the somatic nervous system. The sympathetic division of the ANS is involved in preparing the body for behavior by activating the organs and the glands in the endocrine system. The parasympathetic division of the ANS tends to calm the body by slowing the heart and breathing and by allowing the body to recover from the activities that the sympathetic system causes. Glands in the endocrine system include the pituitary gland, the pancreas, the adrenal glands, and the male and female sex glands. The male sex hormone testosterone and the female sex hormones estrogen and progesterone play important roles in behavior and contribute to gender differences. 118. Chapter 4 Sensing and Perceiving. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Misperception by those trained to accurately perceive a threat. On September 6, 2007, the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation (APEC) Leaders Summit was being held in downtown Sydney, Australia. World leaders, including the then-current U.S. President George W. Bush, were attending the summit. Many roads in the area were closed for security reasons, and police presence was high. As a prank, 8 members of the Australian television satire The Chasers War on Everything assembled a false motorcade made up of 2 black four-wheel drive vehicles, a black sedan, 2 motorcycles, bodyguards, and chauffeurs. See the video below. Group member Chazla Chiardello was in one of the cars disguised as Osama bin Laden. The motorcade drove through Sydney's central business district and entered the security zone of the meeting. The motorcade was waved on by police, through 2 checkpoints, until the chaser group decided it had taken the gag far enough and stopped outside the Intercontinental Hotel where former President Bush was staying. Chiardello stepped out onto the street and complained, in character as bin Laden, about not being invited to the APEC summit. Only at this time did the police belatedly check the identity of the group members, finally arresting them. Chaser APEC motorcade stunt. motorcade stunt performed by the Chaser pranksters in 2007. Afterward, the group testified that it had made little effort to disguise its attempt as anything more than a prank. The group's only realistic attempt to fool police was its Canadian flag-marked vehicles. Other than that, the group used obviously fake credentials, and its security passes were printed with joke, insecurity, and "it's pretty obvious this isn't a real pass," all clearly visible to any police officer who might have been troubled to look closely as the motorcade passed. The required APEC 2007 official vehicle stickers had the name of the group's show printed on them, and this text: "This dude likes trees and poetry and certain types of carnivorous plants excite him." In addition, a few of the bodyguards were carrying camcorders, and one of the motorcyclists was dressed in jeans, both details that should have alerted police that something was amiss. 119. The Chaser pranksters later explained the primary reason for the stunt. They wanted to make a statement about the fact that Bin Laden, a world leader, had not been invited to an APEC summit where issues of terror were being discussed. The secondary motive was to test the event's security. The show's lawyers approved the stunt under the assumption that the motorcade would be stopped at the APEC meeting. The ability to detect and interpret the events that are occurring around us allows us to respond to these stimuli appropriately. Gibson and Pick, 2000. In most cases the system is successful, but as you can see from the above example, it is not perfect. In this chapter we will discuss the strengths and limitations of these capacities, focusing on both sensation awareness resulting from the stimulation of a sense organ, and perception, the organization and interpretation of sensations. Sensation and perception work seamlessly together to allow us to experience the world through our eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and skin, but also to combine what we are currently learning from the environment with what we already know about it to make judgments and to choose appropriate behaviors. The study of sensation and perception is exceedingly important for our everyday lives, because the knowledge generated by psychologists is used in so many ways to help so many people. Psychologists work closely with mechanical and electrical engineers, with experts in defense and military contractors, and with clinical, health, and sports psychologists to help them apply this knowledge to their everyday practices. The research is used to help us understand and better prepare people to cope with such diverse events as driving cars, flying planes, creating robots, and managing pain. Fagan and Warren, 2003. 2. We will begin the chapter with a focus on the six senses of seeing, hearing, smelling, touching, tasting, and monitoring the body's positions, proprioception. We will see that sensation is sometimes relatively direct, in the sense that the wide variety of stimuli around us inform and guide our behaviors quickly and accurately, but nevertheless is always the result of at least some interpretation. We do not directly experience stimuli, but rather we experience those stimuli as they are created by our senses. Each sense accomplishes the basic process of transduction, the conversion of stimuli detected by receptor cells to electrical impulses that are then transported to the brain in different, but related, ways. After we have reviewed the basic processes of sensation, we will turn to the topic of perception, focusing on how the brain's processing of sensory experience can not only help us make quick and accurate judgments, but also mislead us into making perceptual and judgmental errors, such as those that allowed the Chaser Group to breach security at the APEC meeting. 1. Gibson, E.J., and Pick, A.D. 2000. An Ecological Approach to Perceptual Learning and Development. New York, New York, Oxford University Press. 2. Fagan, B.R., and Warren, W.H. 2003. Behavioral Dynamics of Steering, Obstacle Avoidance, and Route Selection. Journal of Experimental Psychology, Human Perception and Performance, 29, 2, 343, 362. 120. 4.1 We experience our world through sensation. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning Objectives. 1. Review and summarize the capacities and limitations of human sensation. 2. Explain the difference between sensation and perception and describe how psychologists measure sensory and difference thresholds. 4.1.1 Sensory Thresholds, What Can We Experience? Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Humans possess powerful sensory capacities that allow us to sense the kaleidoscope of sights, sounds, smells, and tastes that surround us. Our eyes detect light energy, and our ears pick up sound waves. Our skin senses touch, pressure, hot, and cold. Our tongues react to the molecules of the foods we eat, and our noses detect scents in the air. The human perceptual system is wired for accuracy, and people are exceedingly good at making use of the wide variety of information available to them. Stoffregen and Barty, 2001. 3. In many ways our senses are quite remarkable. The human eye can detect the equivalent of a single candle flame burning 30 miles away and can distinguish among more than 300,000 different colors. The human ear can detect sounds as low as 20 Hz, vibrations per second, and as high as 20,000 Hz, and it can hear the tick of a clock about 20 feet away in a quiet room. We can taste a teaspoon of sugar dissolved in 2 gallons of water, and we are able to smell 1 drop of perfume diffused in a 3-room apartment. We can feel the wing of a bee on our cheek dropped from 1 centimeter above. Gallanter, 1962. 4. Link to get an idea of the range of sounds that the human ear can sense. Try testing your hearing here. https:/my-hearing.com. Although there is much that we do sense, there is even more that we do not. Dogs, bats, whales, and some rodents all have much better hearing than we do, and many animals have a far richer sense of smell. Birds are able to see the ultraviolet light that we cannot, and can also sense the pull of the Earth's magnetic field. Cats have an extremely sensitive and sophisticated sense of touch, and they are able to navigate in complete darkness using their whiskers. The fact that different organisms have 3. Stoffregen, T.A., and Barty, B.G. 2001. On Specification and the Senses. Behavioral and Brain Sciences, 24, 2, 195-61. 4. Gallanter, E. 1962. Contemporary Psychophysics. In R. Brown, E. Gallanter, E. H. Hess, and G. Mandler, eds. New Directions in Psychology. New York, New York, Holt, Reinhardt, and Winston. 121. Different sensations is part of their evolutionary adaptation. Each species is adapted to sensing the things that are most important to them, while being blissfully unaware of the things that don't matter. 4.1.2 Measuring Sensation. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Psychophysics is the branch of psychology that studies the effects of physical stimuli on sensory perceptions and mental states. The field of psychophysics was founded by the German psychologist Gustav Fechner, 1801–1887, who was the first to study the relationship between the strength of a stimulus and a person's ability to detect the stimulus. The measurement techniques developed by Fechner and his colleagues are designed in part to help determine the limits of human sensation. One important criterion is the ability to detect very faint stimuli. The absolute threshold of a sensation is defined as the intensity of a stimulus that allows an organism to just barely detect it. In a typical psychophysics experiment, an individual is presented with a series of trials, in which a signal is sometimes presented and sometimes not, or in which two stimuli are presented that are either the same or different. Imagine, for instance, that you were asked to take a hearing test. On each of the trials your task is to indicate either yes if you heard a sound or no if you did not. The signals are purposefully made to be very faint, making accurate judgments difficult. The problem for you is that the very faint signals create uncertainty. Because our ears are constantly sending background information to the brain, you will sometimes think that you heard a sound when none was there, and you will sometimes fail to detect a sound that is there. Your task is to determine whether the neural activity that you are experiencing is due to the background noise alone or is a result of a signal within the noise. The responses that you give on the hearing test can be analyzed using signal detection analysis. Signal detection analysis is a technique used to determine the ability of the perceiver to separate true signals from background noise. Macmillan and Creelman, 2005. Wickens, 2002. 5. As you can see in Figure 4.1, each judgment trial creates 4 possible outcomes. A hit occurs when you, as the listener, correctly say yes when there was a sound. A false alarm occurs when you respond yes to no signal. In the other 2 cases you respond no, either a miss, saying no when there was a signal, or a correct rejection, saying no when there was in fact no signal. 5. Macmillan, N.A., and Creelman, C.D. 2005. Detection Theory, A User's Guide, 2nd ed. Mawa, N.J., Lawrence Erlbaum. Associates, Wickens, T.D. 2002. Elementary Signal Detection Theory. New York, New York, Oxford University Press. 122. Figure 4.1 Outcomes of a Signal Detection Analysis. Our ability to accurately detect stimuli is measured using a signal detection analysis. 2 of the possible decisions, hits and correct rejections, are accurate, the other 2, misses and false alarms, are errors. The analysis of the data from a psychophysics experiment creates 2 measures. 1. Measure, known as sensitivity, refers to the true ability of the individual to detect the presence or absence of signals. People who have better hearing will have higher sensitivity than will those with poorer hearing. The other measure, response bias, refers to a behavioral tendency to respond yes to the trials, which is independent of sensitivity. Imagine, for instance, that rather than taking a hearing test, you are a soldier on guard duty, and your job is to detect the very faint sound of the breaking of a branch that indicates that an enemy is nearby. You can see that in this case making a false alarm by alerting the other soldiers to the sound might not be as costly as a Mississippi, a failure to report the sound, which could be deadly. Therefore, you might well adopt a very lenient response bias in which, whenever you are at all unsure, you send a warning signal. In this case, your responses may not be very accurate, your sensitivity may be low because you are making a lot of false alarms, and yet the extreme response bias can save lives. Another application of signal detection occurs when medical technicians study body images for the presence of cancerous tumors. Again, a Mississippi, in which the technician incorrectly determines that there is no tumor, can be very costly, but false alarms referring patients who do not have tumors to further testing also have costs. The ultimate decisions that the technicians make are based on the quality of the signal. 123. Clarity of the image, their experience and training, the ability to recognize certain shapes and textures of tumors, and their best guesses about the relative costs of misses versus false alarms. Although we have focused to this point on the absolute threshold, a second important criterion concerns the ability to assess differences between stimuli. The difference threshold, or just noticeable difference JND, refers to the change in a stimulus that can just barely be detected by the organism. The German physiologist Ernst Weber, 1795–1878, made an important discovery about the JND, namely, that the ability to detect differences depends not so much on the size of the difference but on the size of the difference in relationship to the absolute size of the stimulus. Weber's law maintains that the just noticeable difference of a stimulus is a constant proportion of the original intensity of the stimulus. As an example, if you have a cup of coffee that has only a very little bit of sugar in it, say 1 teaspoon, adding another teaspoon of sugar will make a big difference in taste. But if you added that same teaspoon to a cup of coffee that already had 5 teaspoons of sugar in it, then you probably wouldn't taste the difference as much. In fact, according to Weber's law, you would have to add 5 more teaspoons to make the same difference in taste. One interesting application of Weber's law is in our everyday shopping behavior. Our tendency to perceive cost differences between products is dependent not only on the amount of money we will spend or save, but also on the amount of money saved relative to the price of the purchase. I would venture to say that if you were about to buy a soda or candy bar in a convenience store and the price of the items ranged from $1 to $3, you would think that the $3 item cost a lot more than the $1 item. But now, imagine that you were comparing between two music systems, one that cost $397 and one that cost $399. Probably you would think that the cost of the two systems was about the same, even though buying the cheaper one would still save you $2. Research focus, influence without awareness. If you study figure 4.2, you will see that the absolute threshold is the point where we become aware of a faint stimulus. After that point, we say that the stimulus is conscious because we can accurately report on its existence, or its non-existence, better than 50% of the time. But can subliminal stimuli, events that occur below the absolute threshold and of which we are not conscious, have an influence on our behavior? 124. Figure 4.2 Absolute threshold. As the intensity of a stimulus increases, we are more likely to perceive it. Stimuli below the absolute threshold can still have at least some influence on us, even though we cannot consciously detect them. A variety of research programs have found that subliminal stimuli can influence our judgments and behavior, at least in the short term. Dijksterhuis, 2010. 6. But whether the presentation of subliminal stimuli can influence the products that we buy has been a more controversial topic in psychology. In one relevant experiment, Karemans, Strobe, and Klaas, 2006-7 had Dutch college students view a series of computer trials in which a string of letters such as BBBBBBBBB or BBBBBBBBB were presented on the screen. To be sure they paid attention to the display, the students were asked to note whether the strings contained a small b. However, immediately Before each of the letter strings, the researchers presented either the name of a drink that is popular in Holland, Lipton Ice, or a control string containing the same letters as 6. Digsterhuis, A. 2010. Automaticity and the Unconscious. In S. T. Fisk, D. T. Gilbert, and G. Lindsay, eds. Handbook of Social Psychology, 5th ed., Volume 1, pages 228 to 67. Hoboken, N.J., John Wiley and Sons. 7. Caremans, J.C., Strobe, W., and Kloss, J. 2006. Beyond Vickery's Fantasies, The Impact of Subliminal Priming and Brand Choice. Journal of Experimental Social Psychology, 42, 6, 792-798. 125. Lipton Ice, N. Piag Toll. These words were presented so quickly, for only about 1/50th of a second, that the participants could not see them. Then the students were asked to indicate their intention to drink Lipton Ice by answering questions such as, if you would sit on a terrace now, how likely is it that you would order Lipton Ice, and also to indicate how thirsty they were at the time. The researchers found that the students who had been exposed to the Lipton Ice words, and particularly those who indicated that they were already thirsty, were significantly more likely to say that they would drink Lipton Ice than were those who had been exposed to the control words. If it were effective, procedures such as this, we can call the technique subliminal advertising because it advertises a product outside awareness, would have some major advantages for advertisers, because it would allow them to promote their products without directly interrupting the consumer's activity and without the consumers knowing they are being persuaded. People cannot counter-argue with, or attempt to avoid being influenced by, messages received outside awareness. Due to fears that people may be influenced without their knowing, subliminal advertising has been legally banned in many countries, including Australia, Great Britain, and the United States. Although it has been proven to work in some research, subliminal advertising's effectiveness is still uncertain. Charles Trappe, 1996, conducted a meta-analysis in which he combined 23 leading research studies that had tested the influence of subliminal advertising on consumer choice. The results of his meta-analysis showed that subliminal advertising had a negligible effect on consumer choice. And Sagert, 1987, p. 107, 9 concluded that marketing should quit giving subliminal advertising the benefit of the doubt, arguing that the influences of subliminal stimuli are usually so weak that they are normally overshadowed by the person's own decision-making about the behavior. Taken together then, the evidence for the effectiveness of subliminal advertising is weak, and its effects may be limited to only some people, and in only some conditions. You probably don't have to worry too much about being subliminally persuaded in your everyday life, even if subliminal ads are allowed in your country. But even if subliminal advertising is not all that effective itself, there are plenty of other indirect advertising techniques that are used and that do work. For instance, many ads for automobiles and alcoholic beverages are subtly sexualized, which encourages the consumer to indirectly, even if not subliminally, associate these products with sexuality. And there is the ever more frequent product placement techniques, where images of brands, cars, sodas, electronics, and so forth, are placed on websites and in popular television shows and movies. Harris, Barg, and Brownell, 2009-10 found that being exposed to food advertising on television significantly increased child and adult snacking behaviors, again suggesting that the effects of perceived images, even if presented above the absolute threshold, may nevertheless be very subtle. 8. Trappy, c. 1996. A meta-analysis of consumer choice and subliminal advertising psychology and marketing, 13. 517, 530. 9. Sagert, J. 1987. Why marketing should quit giving subliminal advertising the benefit of the doubt. Psychology and Marketing, 4, 2, 107120. 10. Harris, J. L., Barg, J. A., and Brownell, K. D. 2009. Priming effects of television food advertising on eating behavior. Health Psychology, 28, 4, 404413. 126. Another example of processing that occurs outside our awareness is seen when certain areas of the visual cortex are damaged, causing blind sight, a condition in which people are unable to consciously report on visual stimuli but nevertheless are able to accurately answer questions about what they are seeing. When people with blind sight are asked directly what stimuli look like, or to determine whether these stimuli are present at all, they cannot do so at better than chance levels. They report that they cannot see anything. However, when they are asked more indirect questions, they are able to give correct answers. For example, people with blind sight are able to correctly determine an object's location and direction of movement, as well as identify simple geometrical forms and patterns. Weiss-Krantz, 1997. 11. It seems that although conscious reports of the visual experiences are not possible, there is still a parallel and implicit process at work, enabling people to perceive certain aspects of the stimuli. Key takeaways. Sensation is the process of receiving information from the environment through our sensory organs. Perception is the process of interpreting and organizing the incoming information in order that we can understand it and react accordingly. Transduction is the conversion of stimuli detected by receptor cells to electrical impulses that are transported to the brain. Although our experiences of the world are rich and complex, humans, like all species, have their own adapted sensory strengths and sensory limitations. Sensation and perception work together in a fluid, continuous process. Our judgments in detection tasks are influenced by both the absolute threshold of the signal as well as our current motivations and experiences. Signal detection analysis is used to differentiate sensitivity from response biases. The difference threshold, or just noticeable difference, is the ability to detect the smallest change in a stimulus about 50% of the time. According to Weber's law, the just noticeable difference increases in proportion to the total intensity of the stimulus. Research has found that stimuli can influence behavior even when they are presented below the absolute threshold, i.e., subliminally. The effectiveness of subliminal advertising, however, has not been shown to be of large magnitude. 11. Weisskranz, L. 1997. Consciousness Lost and Found, A Neuropsychological Exploration. New York, New York, Oxford University Press. 127. Exercises and Critical Thinking. 1. The accidental shooting of one's own soldiers, friendly fire, frequently occurs in wars. Based on what you have learned about sensation, perception, and psychophysics, why do you think soldiers might mistakenly fire on their own soldiers? 2. If we pick up two letters, one that weighs 1 ounce and one that weighs 2 ounces, we can notice the difference. But if we pick up two packages, one that weighs 3 pounds 1 ounce and one that weighs 3 pounds 2 ounces, we can't tell the difference. Why? 3. Take a moment and lie down quietly in your bedroom. Notice the variety and levels of what you can see, hear, and feel. Does this experience help you understand the idea of the absolute threshold? 4.2 Seeing. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning Objectives. 1. Identify the key structures of the eye and the role they play in vision. 2. Summarize how the eye and the visual cortex work together to sense and perceive the visual stimuli in the environment, including processing colors, shape, depth, and motion. Whereas other animals rely primarily on hearing, smell, or touch to understand the world around them, human beings rely in large part on vision. A large part of our cerebral cortex is devoted to seeing, and we have substantial visual skills. Seeing begins when light falls on the eyes, initiating the process of transduction. Once this visual information reaches the visual cortex, it is processed by a variety of neurons that detect colors, shapes, and motion, and that create meaningful perceptions out of the incoming stimuli. The air around us is filled with a sea of electromagnetic energy, pulses of energy, waves that can carry information from place to place. As you can see in Figure 4.3, electromagnetic waves vary in their wavelength, the distance between one wave peak and the next wave peak, with the shortest gamma waves being only a fraction of a millimeter in length and the longest radio waves being hundreds of kilometers long. Humans are blind to almost all of this energy. Our eyes detect only the range from about 400 to 700 billionths of a meter, the part of the electromagnetic spectrum known as the visible spectrum. 128. Figure 4.3 The electromagnetic spectrum. Only a small fraction of the electromagnetic energy that surrounds us, the visible spectrum, is detectable by the human eye. 4.2.1 The sensing eye and the perceiving visual cortex. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. As you can see in Figure 4.4, light enters the eye through the cornea, a clear covering that protects the eye and begins to focus the incoming light. The light then passes through the pupil, a small opening in the center of the eye. The pupil is surrounded by the iris, the colored part of the eye that controls the size of the pupil by constricting or dilating in response to light intensity. When we enter a dark movie theater on a sunny day, for instance, muscles in the iris open the pupil and allow more light to enter. Complete adaptation to the dark may take up to 20 minutes. Behind the pupil is the lens, a structure that focuses the incoming light on the retina, the layer of tissue at the back of the eye that contains photoreceptor cells. As our eyes move from near objects to distant objects, a process known as visual accommodation occurs. Visual accommodation is the process of changing the curvature of the lens to keep the light entering the eye focused on the retina. Rays from the top of the image strike the bottom of the retina and vice versa, and rays from the left side of the image strike the right part of the retina and vice versa, causing the image on the retina to be upside down and backward. Furthermore, the image projected on the retina is flat. And yet our final perception of the image will be three-dimensional. 129. Figure 4.4 Anatomy of the human eye. Light enters the eye through the transparent cornea, passing through the pupil at the center of the iris. The lens adjusts to focus the light on the retina, where it appears upside down and backward. Receptor cells on the retina send information via the optic nerve to the visual cortex. Accommodation is not always perfect, and in some cases the light that is hitting the retina is a bit out of focus. As you can see in Figure 4.5, if the focus is in front of the retina, we say that the person is nearsighted, and when the focus is behind the retina, we say that the person is farsighted. Eyeglasses and contact lenses correct this problem by adding another lens in front of the eye, and laser eye surgery corrects the problem by reshaping the eye's own lens. 130. Figure 4.5 Normal, nearsighted and farsighted eyes. For people with normal vision, left, the lens properly focuses incoming light on the retina. For people who are nearsighted, center, images from far objects focus to far in front of the retina, whereas for people who are farsighted, right, images from near objects focus to far behind the retina. Eyeglasses solve the problem by adding a secondary, corrective lens. The retina contains layers of neurons specialized to respond to light, see Figure 4.6. As light falls on the retina, it first activates receptor cells known as rods and cones. The Activation of these cells then spreads to the bipolar cells and then to the ganglion cells, which gather together and converge, like the strands of a rope, forming the optic nerve. The optic nerve is a collection of millions of ganglion neurons that sends vast amounts of visual information, via the thalamus, to the brain. Because the retina and the optic nerve are active processors and analyzers of visual information, it is not inappropriate to think of these structures as an extension of the brain itself. Figure 4.6 The retina with its specialized cells. When light falls on the retina, it creates a photochemical reaction in the rods and cones at the back of the retina. The reactions then continue to the bipolar cells, the ganglion cells, and eventually to the optic nerve. 131. Rods are visual neurons that specialize in detecting black, white, and gray colors. There are about 120 million rods in each eye. The rods do not provide a lot of detail about the images we see, but because they are highly sensitive to shorter waved, darker, and weak light, they help us see in dim light, for instance, at night. Because the rods are located primarily around the edges of the retina, they are particularly active in peripheral vision. When you need to see something at night, try looking away from what you want to see. Cones are visual neurons that are specialized in detecting fine detail and colors. The 5 million or so cones in each eye enable us to see in color, but they operate best in bright light. The cones are located primarily in and around the fovea, which is the central point of the retina. To demonstrate the difference between rods and cones in attention to detail, choose a word in this text and focus on it. Do you notice that the words a few inches to the side seem more blurred? This is because the word you are focusing on strikes the detail-oriented cones, while the words surrounding it strike the less detail-oriented rods, which are located on the periphery. As you can see in Figure 4.7, the sensory information received by the retina is relayed through the thalamus to corresponding areas in the visual cortex, which is located in the occipital lobe at the back of the brain. Although the principle of contralateral control might lead you to expect that the left eye would send information to the right brain hemisphere and vice versa, nature is smarter than that. In fact, the left and right eyes each send information to both the left and the right hemisphere, and the visual cortex processes each of the cues separately and in parallel. This is an adaptational advantage to an organism that loses sight in one eye, because even if only one eye is functional, both hemispheres will still receive input from it. 132. Figure 4.7 Pathway of visual images through the thalamus and into the visual cortex. The left and right eyes each send information to both the left and the right brain hemisphere. The visual cortex is made up of specialized neurons that turn the sensations they receive from the optic nerve into meaningful images. Because there are no photoreceptor cells at the place where the optic nerve leaves the retina, a hole or blind spot in our vision is created. See Figure 4.8. When both of our eyes are open, we don't experience a problem because our eyes are constantly moving, and one eye makes up for what the other eye misses. But the visual system is also designed to deal with this problem. If only one eye is open, the visual cortex simply fills in the small hole in our vision with similar patterns from the surrounding areas, and we never notice the difference. The ability of the visual system to cope with the blind spot is another example of how sensation and perception work together to create meaningful experience. 133. Figure 4.8 Blind spot demonstration. You can get an idea of the extent of your blind spot, the place where the optic nerve leaves the retina, by trying this demonstration. Close your left eye and stare with your right eye at the cross in the diagram. You should be able to see the elephant image to the right. Don't look at it, just notice that it is there. If you can't see the elephant, move closer or farther away until you can. Now, slowly move so that you are closer to the image while you keep looking at the cross. At one distance, probably a foot or so, the elephant will completely disappear from view because its image has fallen on the blind spot. Perception is created in part through the simultaneous action of thousands of feature detector neurons, specialized neurons, located in the visual cortex, that respond to the strength, angles, shapes, edges, and movements of a visual stimulus. Kelsey, 1997. Livingstone and Hubel, 1988. 12. The feature detectors work in parallel, each performing a specialized function. When faced with a red square, for instance, the parallel line feature detectors, the horizontal line feature detectors, and the red color feature detectors all become activated. This activation is then passed on to other parts of the visual cortex where other neurons compare the information supplied by the feature detectors with images stored in memory. Suddenly, in a flash of recognition, the many neurons fire together, creating the single image of the red square that we experience. Rodriguez et Alabama, 1999. 13. 12. Kelsey, C.A. 1997. Detection of visual information. In W. R. Hendy and P. N. T. Wells, eds. 13. Rodriguez, E., George, N., Lachaws, J. P., Martineri, J., Renew, B., and Varela, F. J. 1999. Perception's shadow, long distance synchronization of human brain activity. 134. Figure 4.9 The Necker Cube. The Necker Cube is an example of how the visual system creates perceptions out of sensations. We do not see a series of lines, but rather a cube. Which cube we see varies depending on the momentary outcome of perceptual processes in the visual cortex. Some feature detectors are tuned to selectively respond to particularly important objects, for instance, faces, smiles, and other parts of the body. Downing, Jiang, Schumann, and Ken Wisher, 2001, Haxby et Alabama, 2001. 14. When researchers disrupted face recognition areas of the cortex using the magnetic pulses of transcranial magnetic stimulation, TMS, People were temporarily unable to recognize faces, and yet they were still able to recognize houses. McCone, Ken Wisher, and Deshane, 2007, picture. Walsh, Yovel, and Deshane, 2007. 15. 4.2.2 Perceiving color. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. It has been estimated that the human visual system can detect and discriminate among 7 million color variations. Gelded, 1972, 16. But these variations are all created by the combinations of the three primary colors, red, green, and blue. The shade of a color, known as hue, is conveyed by the wavelength of the light that enters the eye. We see shorter wavelengths as more blue and longer wavelengths as more red, and we 14. Downing, P.E., Jiang, Y., Schumann, M., and Ken Wisher, N. 2001. A cortical area selective for visual processing of the human body. 15. McCone, E., Ken Wisher, N., and Deshane, B.C. 2007. Can generic expertise explain special processing for faces? 16. Gelded, F.A. 1972. 135. Detect brightness from the intensity or height of the wave, bigger or more intense. Waves are perceived as brighter. Figure 4.10 Low and high frequency sine waves and low and high intensity sine waves and their corresponding colors. Light waves with shorter frequencies are perceived as more blue than red. Light waves with higher intensity are seen as brighter. In his important research on color vision, Hermann von Helmholtz, 1821–1894, theorized that color is perceived because the cones in the retina come in three types. One type of cone reacts primarily to blue light, short wavelengths, another reacts primarily to green light, medium wavelengths, and a third reacts primarily to red light, long wavelengths. The visual cortex then detects and compares the strength of the signals from each of the three types of cones, creating the experience of color. According to this young Helmholtz trichromatic color theory, what color we see depends on the mix of the signals from the three types of cones. If the brain is receiving primarily red and blue signals, for instance, it will perceive purple. If it is receiving primarily red and green signals, it will perceive yellow, and if it is receiving messages from all three types of cones, it will perceive white. 136. The different functions of the three types of cones are apparent in people who experience color blindness, the inability to detect either green and or red colors. About 1 in 50 people, mostly men, lack functioning in the red or green sensitive cones, leaving them only able to experience either one or two colors. Figure 4.11. Figure 4.11 Ishihara test. People with normal color vision can see the number 42 in the first image and the number 12 in the second. They are vague but apparent. However, people who are colorblind cannot see the numbers at all. http://commons.wikimedia.org/wiki/file Ishihara_11png and http:// wikimedia.org/wiki/file Ishihara_23png. The trichromatic color theory cannot explain all of human vision, however. For one, although the color purple does appear to us as a mixing of red and blue, yellow does not appear to be a mix of red and green. And people with color blindness, who cannot see either green or red, nevertheless can still see yellow. An alternative approach to the Young-Helmholtz theory, known as the opponent process color theory, proposes that we analyze sensory information not in terms of three colors but rather in three sets of opponent colors: red, green, yellow, blue, and white, black. Evidence for the opponent process theory comes from the fact that some neurons in the retina and in the visual cortex are excited by one color, for example, red, but inhibited by another color, for example, green. One example of opponent processing occurs in the experience of an afterimage. If you stare at the flag on the left side of figure 4.12 for about 30 seconds, the longer you look, the better the effect, and then move your eyes to the blank area to the right of it, you will see the afterimage. When we stare at the green stripes, our green receptors habituate and begin to process less strongly, whereas the red receptors remain at full strength. When we switch our gaze, we see primarily the red part of the opponent process. Similar processes create blue after yellow and white after black. 137. Figure 4.12 US flag. The presence of an afterimage is best explained by the opponent process theory of color perception. Stare at the flag for a few seconds, and then move your gaze to the blank space next to it. Do you see the afterimage? http://wikipedia.org/wiki/file us_flag inverted SVG by Mike Swanson. The tricolor and the opponent process mechanisms work together to produce color vision. When light rays enter the eye, the red, blue, and green cones on the retina respond in different degrees, and send different strength signals of red, blue, and green through the optic nerve. The color signals are then processed both by the ganglion cells and by the neurons in the visual cortex. Gegenfertner and Kuiper, 2003. 17. 4.2.3 Perceiving form. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. One of the important processes required in vision is the perception of form. German psychologists in the 1930s and 1940s, including Max Wertheimer, 1880–1943, Kurt Kafka, 1886–1941, and Wolfgang Kohler, 1887–1967, argued that we create forms out of their component sensations based on the idea of the Gestalt, a meaningfully organized whole. The idea of the Gestalt is that the whole is more than the sum of its parts. Some examples of how Gestalt principles lead us to see more than what is. Actually, there are summarized in Table 4.1. Principle description example image. Figure and ground. We structure input such that we always see a figure image against a ground background. At right, you may see a vase or you may see two faces, but in either case, you will organize the image as a figure against a ground. Table 4.1 Summary of Gestalt Principles of Form Perception. 17. Gegenfertner, K.R., and Kuiper, D.C. 2003. Color Vision. 138. Similarity. Stimuli that are similar to each other tend to be grouped together. You are more likely to see three similar columns among the XY characters at right than you are to see four rows. Proximity. We tend to group nearby figures together. Do you see 4 or 8 images at right? Principles of proximity suggest that you might see only 4. Continuity. We tend to perceive stimuli in smooth, continuous ways rather than in more discontinuous ways. At right, most people see a line of dots that moves from the lower left to the upper right, rather than a line that moves from the left and then suddenly turns down. The principle of continuity leads us to see most lines as following the smoothest possible path. Table 4.1 Summary of Gestalt Principles of Form Perception. 139. Closure. We tend to fill in gaps in an incomplete image to create a complete whole object. Closure leads us to see a single spherical object at right, rather than a set of unrelated cones. Table 4.1 Summary of Gestalt Principles of Form Perception. 4.2.4 Perceiving Depth. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Depth perception is the ability to perceive three-dimensional space and to accurately judge distance. Without depth perception, we would be unable to drive a car, thread a needle, or simply navigate our way around the supermarket. Howard and Rogers, 2001. 18 Research has found that depth perception is in part based on innate capacities and in part learned through experience. Witherington, 2005. 19. Psychologists Eleanor Gibson and Richard Walk, 1960, 20 tested the ability to perceive depth in 6 to 14-month-old infants by placing them on a visual cliff, a mechanism that gives the perception of a dangerous drop-off, in which infants can be safely tested for their perception of depth. The infants were placed on one side of the cliff, while their mothers called to them from the other side. Gibson and Walk found that most infants either crawled away from the cliff or remained on the board and cried because they wanted to go to their mothers, but the infants perceived a chasm that they instinctively could not cross. Further research has found that even very young children who cannot yet crawl are fearful of heights. Campos, Langer, and Crowitz, 1970. 21 On the other hand, studies have also found that infants improve their hand-eye coordination as they learn to better grasp objects and as they gain more experience in crawling, indicating that depth perception is also learned. Adolph, 2000. 22. Depth perception is the result of our use of depth cues, messages from our bodies, and the external environment that supply us with information about space and distance. Binocular depth cues are depth cues that are created by retinal image disparity, that is, the space between our eyes, and thus which require the coordination of both eyes. One outcome of retinal disparity is that the images projected on each eye are slightly different from each other. The visual cortex automatically merges the two images into 18. Howard, I.P., and Rogers, B.J. 2001. 19. Witherington, D.C. 2005. The development of perspective grasping control between 5 and 7 months, a longitudinal study. 20. Gibson, E.J., and Walk, R.D. 1960. The Visual Cliff. 21. Campos, J.J., Langer, A., and Crowitz, A. 1970. Cardiac responses on the visual cliff in prelocomotor human infants. 22. Adolph, K.E. 2000. Specificity of learning, why infants fall over a veritable cliff. 140. 1. Enabling us to perceive depth. Three-dimensional movies make use of retinal disparity by using 3D glasses that the viewer wears to create a different image on each eye. The perceptual system quickly, easily, and unconsciously turns the disparity into 3D. An important binocular depth cue is convergence, the inward turning of our eyes that is required to focus on objects that are less than about 50 feet away from us. The visual cortex uses the size of the convergence angle between the eyes to judge the object's distance. You will be able to feel your eyes converging if you slowly bring a finger closer to your nose while continuing to focus on it. When you close one eye, you no longer feel the tension. Convergence is a binocular depth cue that requires both eyes to work. The visual system also uses accommodation to help determine depth. As the lens changes its curvature to focus on distant or close objects, information relayed from the muscles attached to the lens helps us determine an object's distance. Accommodation is only effective at short viewing distances, however, so while it comes in handy when threading a needle or tying shoelaces, it is far less effective when driving or playing sports. Although the best cues to depth occur when both eyes work together, we are able to see depth even with one eye closed. Monocular depth cues are depth cues that help us perceive depth using only one eye. Seckler and Blake, 2006, 13. Some of the most important are summarized in Table 4.2. Name, description, example, image. Position. We tend to see objects higher up in our field of vision as farther away. The fence posts at right appear farther away, not only because they become smaller but also because they appear higher up in the picture. Table 4.2. Monocular depth cues that help us judge depth at a distance. 141. Relative size. Assuming that the objects in a scene are the same size, smaller objects are perceived as farther away. At right, the cars in the distance appear smaller than those nearer to us. Linear perspective. Parallel lines appear to converge at a distance. We know that the tracks at right are parallel when they appear closer together. We determine they are farther away. Light and shadow. The eye receives more reflected light from objects that are closer to us. Normally, light comes from above, so darker images are in shadow. We see the images at right as extending and indented according to their shadowing. If we invert the picture, the images will reverse. Table 4.2. Monocular depth cues that help us judge depth at a distance. 142. Interposition. When one object overlaps another object, we view it as closer at right, because the blue star covers the pink bar. It is seen as, closer than, the yellow moon, aerial perspective, objects that appear hazy, or that are covered with smog or dust, appear farther away. The artist who painted the picture on the right used aerial perspective to make the clouds more hazy, and thus appear farther away. Table 4.2 Monocular depth cues that help us judge depth at a distance. 4.2.5 Perceiving motion. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Many animals, including human beings, have very sophisticated perceptual skills that allow them to coordinate their own motion with the motion of moving objects in order to create a collision with that object. Bats and birds use this mechanism to catch up with prey, dogs use it to catch a frisbee, and humans use it to catch a moving football. The brain detects motion partly from the changing size of an image on the retina. Objects that look bigger are usually closer to us, and in part from the relative brightness of objects. We also experience motion when objects near each other change their appearance. The beta effect refers to the perception of motion that occurs when different images are presented next to each other in succession. See beta effect and phi phenomenon, page 144. The visual cortex fills in the missing part of the motion and we see the object moving. The beta effect is used in movies to create the experience of motion. A 143. Related effect is the phi phenomenon, in which we perceive a sensation of motion caused by the appearance and disappearance of objects that are near each other. The phi phenomenon looks like a moving zone or cloud of background color surrounding the flashing objects. The beta effect and the phi phenomenon are other examples of the importance of the gestalt, our tendency to see more than the sum of the parts. Beta effect and phi phenomenon. In the beta effect, our eyes detect motion from a series of still images, each with the object in a different place. This is the fundamental mechanism of motion pictures, movies. In the phi phenomenon, the perception of motion is based on the momentary hiding of an image. Phi phenomenon, http://upload.wikimedia.org/wikipedia commons/6/6e/lilac-shasergif. Beta effect, http://upload.wikimedia.org/wikipedia/commons/0. Phi_phenomenon_no_watermark GIF. Key takeaways. Vision is the process of detecting the electromagnetic energy that surrounds us. Only a small fraction of the electromagnetic spectrum is visible to humans. The visual receptor cells on the retina detect shape, color, motion, and depth. Light enters the eye through the transparent cornea and passes through the pupil at the center of the iris. The lens adjusts to focus. The light on the retina, where it appears upside down and backward. Receptor cells on the retina are excited or inhibited by the light and send information to the visual cortex through the optic nerve. The retina has two types of photoreceptor cells, rods, which detect brightness and respond to black and white, and cones, which respond to red, green, and blue. Color blindness occurs when people lack function in the red or green sensitive cones. Feature detector neurons in the visual cortex help us recognize objects, and some neurons respond selectively to faces and other body parts. The Young-Helmholtz trichromatic color theory proposes that color perception is the result of the signals sent by the three types of cones, whereas the opponent process color theory proposes that we perceive color as three sets of opponent colors: red, green, yellow, blue, and white, black. 144. The ability to perceive depth occurs through the result of binocular and monocular depth cues. Motion is perceived as a function of the size and brightness of objects. The beta effect and the phi phenomenon are examples of perceived motion. Exercises and critical thinking. 1. Consider some ways that the processes of visual perception help you engage in an everyday activity, such as driving a car or riding a bicycle. 2. Imagine for a moment what your life would be like if you couldn't see. Do you think you would be able to compensate for your loss of sight by using other senses? 4.3 Hearing. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning objectives. 1. Draw a picture of the ear and label its key structures and functions, and describe the role they play in hearing. 2. Describe the process of transduction in hearing. Like vision and all the other senses, hearing begins with transduction. Sound waves that are collected by our ears are converted into neural impulses, which are sent to the brain, where they are integrated with past experience and interpreted as the sounds we experience. The human ear is sensitive to a wide range of sounds, ranging from the faint tick of a clock in a nearby room to the roar of a rock band at a nightclub. And we have the ability to detect very small variations in sound. But the ear is particularly sensitive to sounds in the same frequency as the human voice. A mother can pick out her child's voice from a host of others, and when we pick up the phone, we quickly recognize a familiar voice. In a fraction of a second, our auditory system receives the sound waves, transmits them to the auditory cortex, compares them to stored knowledge of other voices, and identifies the identity of the caller. 4.3.1 The ear. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Just as the eye detects light waves, the ear detects sound waves. Vibrating objects, such as the human vocal cords or guitar strings, cause air molecules to bump into each other and produce sound waves, which travel from their source as peaks and 145 valleys, much like the ripples that expand outward when a stone is tossed into a pond. Unlike light waves, which can travel in a vacuum, sound waves are carried within mediums such as air, water, or metal, and it is the changes in pressure associated with these mediums that the ear detects. As with light waves, we detect both the wavelength and the amplitude of sound waves. The wavelength of the sound wave, known as frequency, is measured in terms of the number of waves that arrive per second and determines our perception of pitch, the perceived frequency of a sound. Longer sound waves have lower frequency and produce a lower pitch, whereas shorter waves have higher frequency and a higher pitch. The amplitude, or height of the sound wave, determines how much energy it contains, and is perceived as loudness, the degree of sound volume. Larger waves are perceived as louder. Loudness is measured using the unit of relative loudness known as the decibel. 0 decibels represent the absolute threshold for human hearing, below which we cannot hear a sound. Each increase in 10 decibels represents a tenfold increase in the loudness of the sound. See figure 4.13. The sound of a typical conversation, about 60 decibels, is 1,000 times louder than the sound of a faint whisper, 30 decibels, whereas the sound of a jackhammer, 130 decibels, is 10 billion times louder than the whisper. 146. Figure 4.13. Sounds in everyday life. The human ear can comfortably hear sounds up to 80 decibels. Prolonged exposure to sounds above 80 decibels can cause hearing loss. Audition begins in the pinna, the external and visible part of the ear, which is shaped like a funnel to draw in sound waves and guide them into the auditory canal. At the end of the canal, the sound waves strike the tightly stretched, highly sensitive membrane known as the tympanic membrane, or eardrum, which vibrates with the waves. The resulting vibrations are relayed into the middle ear through 3 tiny bones, known as the ossicles, the hammer, or malleus, anvil, or incus, and stirrup, or stapes, to the cochlea, a snail-shaped liquid-filled tube in the inner ear. The 147 vibrations cause the oval window, the membrane covering the opening of the cochlea, to vibrate, disturbing the fluid inside the cochlea. The movements of the fluid in the cochlea bend the hair cells of the inner ear, much in the same way that a gust of wind bends over wheat stalks in a field. The movements of the hair cells trigger nerve impulses in the attached neurons, which are sent to the auditory nerve and then to the auditory cortex in the brain. The cochlea contains about 16,000 hair cells, each of which holds a bundle of fibers known as cilia on its tip. The cilia are so sensitive that they can detect a movement that pushes them the width of a single atom. To put things in perspective, cilia swaying at the width of an atom is equivalent to the tip of the Eiffel Tower swaying by half an inch. Core EET, Alabama, 2004. 23. Figure 4.14. The human ear sound waves enter the outer ear and are transmitted through the auditory canal to the eardrum. The resulting vibrations are moved by the 3 small ossicles into the cochlea, where they are detected by hair cells and sent to the auditory nerve. Although loudness is directly determined by the number of hair cells that are vibrating, 2 different mechanisms are used to detect pitch. The frequency theory of hearing proposes that whatever the pitch of a sound wave, nerve impulses of a corresponding frequency will be sent to the auditory nerve. For example, a tone measuring 600 Hz will be transduced into 600 nerve impulses a second. This theory has a problem with high-pitched sounds, however, because the neurons cannot fire fast enough to reach the necessary speed. The neurons work together in a sort of volley system in which different neurons fire in sequence, allowing us to detect sounds up to about 4000 Hz. 23. Corey, D.P., Garcia and Overose, J. Holt, J.R., Kwon, K.Y., Lin, S. Y., Valrath, M.A., Amalfitano, A. Zhang, D. S. 2004. TRPA1 is a candidate for the mechanosensitive transduction channel of vertebrate hair cells. Nature, 432, 723-730. Retrieved from www.nature.com/nature/journal/v 432/n7018/full/nature 03066 html. 148. Not only is frequency important, but location is critical as well. The cochlea relays information about the specific area, or place, in the cochlea that is most activated by the incoming sound. The place theory of hearing proposes that different areas of the cochlea respond to different frequencies. Higher tones excite areas closest to the opening of the cochlea, near the oval window. Lower tones excite areas near the narrow tip of the cochlea, at the opposite end. Pitch is therefore determined in part by the area of the cochlea firing the most frequently. Just as having 2 eyes in slightly different positions allows us to perceive depth, so the fact that the ears are placed on either side of the head enables us to benefit from stereophonic, or 3-dimensional, hearing. If a sound occurs on your left side, the left ear will receive the sound slightly sooner than the right ear, and the sound it receives will be more intense, allowing you to quickly determine the location of the sound. Although the distance between our 2 ears is only about 6 inches, and sound waves travel at 750 miles an hour, the time and intensity differences are easily detected. Middlebrooks and Green, 1991. 24. When a sound is equidistant from both ears, such as when it is directly in front, behind, beneath or overhead, we have more difficulty pinpointing its location. It is for this reason that dogs, and people, too, tend to cock their heads when trying to pinpoint a sound, so that the ears receive slightly different signals. 4.3.2 Hearing loss. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. More than 31 million Americans suffer from some kind of hearing impairment. Coca-in, 2005. 25 Conductive hearing loss is caused by physical damage to the ear, such as to the eardrums or ossicles, that reduce the ability of the ear to transfer vibrations from the outer ear to the inner ear. Sensorineural hearing loss, which is caused by damage to the cilia or to the auditory nerve, is less common overall but frequently occurs with age. Tennyson, 2007. 26 The cilia are extremely fragile, and by the time we are 65 years old, we will have lost 40% of them, particularly those that respond to high-pitched sounds. Chisholm, Willett, and Lister, 2003. 27. Prolonged exposure to loud sounds will eventually create sensorineural hearing loss, as the cilia are damaged by the noise. People who constantly operate noisy machinery without using appropriate ear protection are at high risk of hearing loss, as are people who listen to loud music on their headphones or who engage in noisy hobbies, such as hunting or motorcycling. Sounds that are 85 decibels or more can cause damage to your hearing, particularly if you are exposed to them repeatedly. Sounds of more than 130 decibels are dangerous even if you are exposed to them infrequently. People who experience tinnitus, a ringing or a buzzing sensation, after being exposed to loud. 24. Middlebrooks, J.C., and Green, D.M. 1991. Sound Localization by Human Listeners Annual Review of Psychology, 42. 135-159. 25. Coca-in, S. 2005. Mark Track 7, Hearing Loss Population Tops 31 Million People Hearing Review, 12, 7, 16, 29. 26. Tennyson, M. 2007, March 10. Gone Today, Here Tomorrow. New Scientist, 2594, 42, 45. 27. Chisholm, T.H., Willett, J.F., and Lister, J.J. 2003. The Aging Auditory System, Anatomic and Physiologic Changes and Implications for Rehabilitation. International Journal of Audiology, 42, Supple 2, 2s3 2s10. 149. Sounds have very likely experienced some damage to their cilia. Taking precautions when being exposed to loud sound is important, as cilia do not grow back. While conductive hearing loss can often be improved through hearing aids that amplify the sound, they are of little help to sensorineural hearing loss. But if the auditory nerve is still intact, a cochlear implant may be used. A cochlear implant is a device made up of a series of electrodes that are placed inside the cochlea. The device serves to bypass the hair cells by stimulating the auditory nerve cells directly. The latest implants utilize place theory, enabling different spots on the implant to respond to different levels of pitch. The cochlear implant can help children hear who would normally be deaf, and if the device is implanted early enough, these children can frequently learn to speak, often as well as normal children do. Detman, Pinder, Briggs, Dowell, and Lee, 2007, Dorman and Wilson, 2004. 28. Key takeaways. Sound waves vibrating through mediums such as air, water, or metal are the stimulus energy that is sensed by the ear. The hearing system is designed to assess frequency, pitch, and amplitude, loudness. Sound waves enter the outer ear, the pinna, and are sent to the eardrum via the auditory canal. The resulting vibrations are relayed by the three ossicles, causing the oval window covering the cochlea to vibrate. The vibrations are detected by the cilia, hair cells, and sent via the auditory nerve to the auditory cortex. There are two theories as to how we perceive pitch: the frequency theory of hearing suggests that as a sound wave's pitch changes, nerve impulses of a corresponding frequency enter the auditory nerve. The place theory of hearing suggests that we hear different pitches because different areas of the cochlea respond to higher and lower pitches. Conductive hearing loss is caused by physical damage to the ear or eardrum and may be improved by hearing aids or cochlear implants. Sensory neural hearing loss, caused by damage to the hair cells or auditory nerves in the inner ear, may be produced by prolonged exposure to sounds of more than 85 decibels. Exercises and critical thinking. 1. Given what you have learned about hearing in this chapter, are you engaging in any activities that might cause long-term hearing loss? If so, how might you change your behavior to reduce the likelihood of suffering damage? 28. Detman, S.J., Pinder, D., Briggs, R.J.S., Dowell, R.C., and Lee, J.R. 2007. Communication development in children who receive the cochlear implant younger than 12 months, risk versus benefits. Ear and Hearing, 28, 2, Suppl. 11s, 18s. Dorman, M.F., and Wilson, B.S. 2004. The Design and Function of Cochlear Implants. American Scientist, 92, 436-445. 150. 4.4 Tasting, Smelling, and Touching. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning Objectives. 1. Summarize how the senses of taste and olfaction transduce stimuli into perceptions. 2. Describe the process of transduction in the senses of touch and proprioception. 3. Outline the gate control theory of pain. Explain why pain matters and how it may be controlled. Although vision and hearing are by far the most important, human sensation is rounded out by 4 other senses, each of which provides an essential avenue to a better understanding of and response to the world around us. These other senses are touch, taste, smell, and our sense of body position and movement, proprioception. 4.4.1 Tasting. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Taste is important not only because it allows us to enjoy the food we eat, but even more crucial, because it leads us toward foods that provide energy, sugar, for instance, and away from foods that could be harmful. Many children are picky eaters. For a reason, they are biologically predisposed to be very careful about what they eat. Together with the sense of smell, taste helps us maintain appetite, assess potential dangers, such as the odor of a gas leak or a burning house, and avoid eating poisonous or spoiled food. Our ability to taste begins at the taste receptors on the tongue. The tongue detects 6 different taste sensations, known respectively as sweet, salty, sour, bitter, piquancy, spicy, and umami, savory. Umami is a meaty taste associated with meats, cheeses, soy, seaweed, and mushrooms, and particularly found in monosodium glutamate. Message, a popular flavor enhancer, Ikeda, 1909/2002, Sugimoto and Ninomiya, 2005. 29. Our tongues are covered with taste buds, which are designed to sense chemicals in the mouth. Most taste buds are located in the top outer edges of the tongue, but there are also receptors at the back of the tongue as well as on the walls of the mouth and at the back of the throat. As we chew food, it dissolves and enters the taste buds, triggering nerve impulses that are transmitted to the brain. Northcutt, 2004. 30. Human tongues are covered with 2,000 to 10,000 taste buds, and each bud contains 29. Ikeda, K. 2002. New seasonings. Chemical senses, 27, 9, 847-849. Translated Ans Horton to 75% by Y. Aguilera and Y. Ninomiya from the Journal of the Chemical Society of Tokyo, 30, 828-36. Original work published 1909, Sugimoto, K. and Ninomiya, Y. 2005. Introductory remarks on umami research, candidate receptors and signal transduction. Mechanisms on umami. Chemical senses, 30, Sup 1, Pi 21, I 22. 30. Northcutt, R.G. 2004. Taste buds, development and evolution. Brain, Behavior and Evolution, 64, 3, 198, 206. 151. Between 50 and 100 taste receptor cells. Taste buds are activated very quickly. A salty or sweet taste that touches a taste bud for even 1/10 of a second will trigger a neural impulse. Kelling and Halpern, 1983. 31. On average, taste buds live for about 5 days, after which new taste buds are created to replace them. As we get older, however, the rate of creation decreases, making us less sensitive to taste. This change helps explain why some foods that seem so unpleasant in childhood are more enjoyable in adulthood. The area of the sensory cortex that responds to taste is in a very similar location to the area that responds to smell, a fact that helps explain why the sense of smell also contributes to our experience of the things we eat. You may remember having had difficulty tasting food when you had a bad cold, and if you block your nose and taste slices of raw potato, apple, and parsnip, you will not be able to taste the differences between them. Our experience of texture in a food, the way we feel it on our tongues, also influences how we taste it. 4.4.2 Smelling. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. As we breathe in air through our nostrils, we inhale airborne chemical molecules, which are detected by the 10 million to 20 million receptor cells embedded in the olfactory membrane of the upper nasal passage. The olfactory receptor cells are topped with tentacle-like protrusions that contain receptor proteins. When an odor receptor is stimulated, the membrane sends neural messages up the olfactory nerve to the brain. See Figure 4.15. Figure 4.15 Smell receptors. There are more than 1,000 types of odor receptor cells in the olfactory membrane. We have approximately 1,000 types of odor receptor cells. Bensafy et Alabama, 2004, 32, and it is estimated that we can detect 10,000 different odors. Malnick, Hirono, Sato, and Buck. 31 Kelling, St., and Halpern, B.P. 1983. Taste flashes, reaction times, intensity, and quality. Science, 219, 412, 414. 32. Bensafy, M., Zelano, C., Johnson, B., Mainland, J., Kahn, R., and Sobel, N. 2004. Olfaction, From Sniff to Percept. In M.S. Gazzaniga, edition, The Cognitive Neurosciences, 3rd ed. Cambridge, Ma., MIT Press. 152. 1999, 33. The receptors come in many different shapes and respond selectively to different smells. Like a lock and key, different chemical molecules fit into different receptor cells, and odors are detected according to their influence on a combination of receptor cells. Just as the 10 digits from 0 to 9 can combine in many different ways to produce an endless array of phone numbers, odor molecules bind to different combinations of receptors, and these combinations are decoded in the olfactory cortex. Women tend to have a more acute sense of smell than men. The sense of smell peaks in early adulthood and then begins a slow decline. By ages 60 to 70, the sense of smell has become sharply diminished. 4.4.3 Touching. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http:// creative-commons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. The sense of touch is essential to human development. Infants thrive when they are cuddled and attended to, but not if they are deprived of human contact. Basinger, Plubel, and Harlow, 1973, Feldman, 2007, Harridan, Bascom, Dragomir, and Skripkaru. 1994, 34 Touch communicates warmth, caring, and support, and is an essential part of the enjoyment we gain from our social interactions with close others. Field et. Alabama, 1997. Kelter, 2009. 35. The skin, the largest organ in the body, is the sensory organ for touch. The skin contains a variety of nerve endings, combinations of which respond to particular types of pressures and temperatures. When you touch different parts of the body, you will find that some areas are more ticklish, whereas other areas respond more to pain, cold, or heat. The thousands of nerve endings in the skin respond to 4 basic sensations: pressure, hot, cold, and pain, but only the sensation of pressure has its own specialized receptors. Other sensations are created by a combination of the other 4. For instance, the experience of a tickle is caused by the stimulation of neighboring pressure receptors. The experience of heat is caused by the stimulation of hot and cold receptors. The experience of itching is caused by repeated stimulation of pain receptors. The experience of wetness is caused by repeated stimulation of cold and pressure receptors. The skin is important not only in providing information about touch and temperature, but also in proprioception, the ability to sense the position and movement of our body parts. Proprioception is accomplished by specialized neurons located in the skin. 33. Malnick, B., Hirono, J., Sato, T., and Buck, L.B. 1999. Combinatorial receptor codes for odors. Cell, 96, 713-723. 34. Basinger, C.M., Plubel, P.E., and Harlow, H.F. 1973. A variable temperature surrogate mother for studying attachment in infant monkeys. Behavior Research Methods and Instrumentation, 5, 3, 269-272, Feldman, R. 2007. Maternal-infant contact and child development, insights from the kangaroo intervention. In L. Abate, edition, Low-Cost Approaches to Promote Physical and Mental Health, Theory, Research, and Practice, pages 323-351. New York, New York, Springer Science Plus. Business Media, Harridan, G., Bascom, B., Dragomir, C., and Skripkaru, V. 1994. Sensory Functions of Institutionalized Romanian Infants, a Pilot Study. Occupational Therapy International, 1, 4, 250-260. 35. Field, T., Lasko, D., Mundy, P., Hentelef, T., Cabot, S., Taupins, S., and Dowling, M. 1997. Brief Report, Autistic Children's Attentiveness and Responsivity Improve After Touch Therapy. Journal of Autism and Developmental Disorders, 27, 3. 333-338, Keltner, D. 2009, Born to be Good, The Science of a Meaningful Life. New York, Norton. 153. Joints, bones, ears, and tendons, which send messages about the compression and the contraction of muscles throughout the body. Without this feedback from our bones and muscles, we would be unable to play sports, walk, or even stand upright. The ability to keep track of where the body is moving is also provided by the vestibular system, a set of liquid-filled areas in the inner ear that monitors the head's position and movement, maintaining the body's balance. As you can see in Figure 4.16, the vestibular system includes the semicircular canals and the vestibular sacs. These sacs connect the canals with the cochlea. The semicircular canals sense the rotational movements of the body, and the vestibular sacs sense linear accelerations. The vestibular system sends signals to the neural structures that control eye movement and to the muscles that keep the body upright. Figure 4.16. The vestibular system includes the semicircular canals, brown, that transduce the rotational movements of the body, and the vestibular sacs, blue, that sense linear accelerations. 4.4.4 Experiencing Pain. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. We do not enjoy it, but the experience of pain is how the body informs us that we are in danger. The burn when we touch a hot radiator and the sharp stab when we step on a nail lead us to change our behavior, preventing further damage to our bodies. People who cannot experience pain are in serious danger of damage from wounds that others with pain would quickly notice and attend to. 154. The gate control theory of pain proposes that pain is determined by the operation of two types of nerve fibers in the spinal cord. One set of smaller nerve fibers carries pain from the body to the brain, whereas a second set of larger fibers is designed to stop or start, as a gate would, the flow of pain. Meltsack and Wall, 1996. 36. It is for this reason that massaging an area where you feel pain may help alleviate it. The massage activates the large nerve fibers that block the pain signals of the small nerve fibers. Wall, 2000. 37. Experiencing pain is a lot more complicated than simply responding to neural messages, however. It is also a matter of perception. We feel pain less when we are busy focusing on a challenging activity. Bantic, Wise, Ploghouse, Claire, Smith, and Tracy. 2002. 38. Which can help explain why sports players may feel their injuries only after the game. We also feel less pain when we are distracted by humor. Zweyer, Velker, and Ruch, 2004. 39 And pain is soothed by the brain's release of endorphins, natural hormonal painkillers. The release of endorphins can explain the euphoria experienced in the running of a marathon. Sternberg, Bellan, Grant, and Gracely, 1998. 40. Key takeaways. The ability to taste, smell, and touch are important because they help us avoid harm from environmental toxins. The many taste buds on our tongues and inside our mouths allow us to detect 6 basic taste sensations: sweet, salty, sour, bitter, piquancy, and umami. In olfaction, transduction occurs as airborne chemicals that are inhaled through the nostrils are detected by receptors in the olfactory membrane. Different chemical molecules fit into different receptor cells, creating different smells. On average, women have a better sense of smell than men, and the ability to smell diminishes with age. We have a range of different nerve endings embedded in the skin, combinations of which respond to the 4 basic sensations of pressure, hot, cold, and pain. But only the sensation of pressure has its own specialized receptors. Proprioception is our ability to sense the positions and movements of our body parts. Postural and movement information is detected by special neurons located in the skin, joints, bones, ears, and tendons, which pick up messages from the compression and the contraction of muscles throughout the body. 36. Meltsack, R., and Wall, P. 1996. The Challenge of Pain. London, England, Penguin. 37. Wall, P. 2000. Pain, The Science of Suffering. New York, New York, Columbia University Press. 38. Bantic, S.J., Wise, R.G., Plughouse, A., Clare, S., Smith, S.M., and Tracy, I. 2002. Imaging How Attention Modulates Pain in Humans Using Functional MRI. Brain, A Journal of Neurology, 125, 2, 310, 319. 39. Zweyer, K., Velker, B., and Ruch, W. 2004. Do cheerfulness, exhilaration, and humor production moderate pain tolerance? AFACS study. Humor, International Journal of Humor Research, 17, 122, 85, 119. 40. Sternberg, W.F., Bellan, D., Grant, M., and Gracely, R.H. 1998. Competition alters the perception of noxious stimuli in male and female athletes. Pain, 76, 1, 2, 231, 238. 155. The vestibular system, composed of structures in the inner ear, monitors the head's position and movement, maintaining the body's balance. Gate control theory explains how large and small neurons work together to transmit and regulate the flow of pain to the brain. Exercises and critical thinking. 1. Think of the foods that you like to eat the most. Which of the 6 taste sensations do these foods have, and why do you think that you like these particular flavors? 2. Why do you think that women might have a better developed sense of smell than do men? 3. Why is experiencing pain a benefit for human beings? 4.5 Accuracy and inaccuracy in perception. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning objectives. 1. Describe how sensation and perception work together through sensory interaction, selective attention, sensory adaptation, and perceptual constancy. 2. Give examples of how our expectations may influence our perception, resulting in illusions and potentially inaccurate judgments. The eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and skin sense the world around us, and in some cases, perform preliminary information processing on the incoming data. But by and large, we do not experience sensation, we experience the outcome of perception, the total package that the brain puts together from the pieces it receives through our senses, and that the brain creates for us to experience. When we look out the window at a view of the countryside, or when we look at the face of a good friend, we don't just see a jumble of colors and shapes, we see, instead, an image of a countryside, or an image of a friend. Goodale and Milner, 2006. 41. 4.5.1 How the perceptual system interprets the environment. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. This meaning-making involves the automatic operation of a variety of essential perceptual processes. One of these is sensory interaction, the working together of 41. Goodale, M., and Milner, D. 2006. One Brain, Two Visual Systems. Psychologist, 1911, 660-663. 156. Different senses to create experience. Sensory interaction is involved when taste, smell, and texture combine to create the flavor we experience in food. It is also involved when we enjoy a movie because of the way the images and the music work together. Although you might think that we understand speech only through our sense of hearing, it turns out that the visual aspect of speech is also important. One example of sensory interaction is shown in the McGurk effect, an error in perception that occurs when we misperceive sounds because the audio and visual parts of the speech are mismatched. You can witness the effect yourself by viewing video clip, The McGurk Effect, page 157. Video clip, The McGurk Effect. The McGurk effect, missing in original book, is an error in sound perception that occurs when there is a mismatch between the senses of hearing and seeing. You can experience it here. Other examples of sensory interaction include the experience of nausea that can occur when the sensory information being received from the eyes and the body does not match information from the vestibular system. Flanagan, May, and Dobie, 2004, 42. And synesthesia, an experience in which one sensation, for example, hearing a sound, creates experiences in another, for example, vision. Most people do not experience synesthesia, but those who do link their perceptions in unusual ways, for instance, by experiencing color when they taste a particular food or by hearing sounds when they see certain objects. Ramachandran, Hubbard, Robertson, and Sajaf, 2005. 43. Another important perceptual process is selective attention, the ability to focus on some sensory inputs while tuning out others. View video clip, Selective Attention. Page 157, and count the number of times the people playing with the ball pass it to each other. You may find that, like many other people who view it for the first time, you miss something important because you selectively attend to only one aspect of the video. Simons and Chabris, 1999. 44. Perhaps the process of selective attention can help you see why the security guards completely missed the fact that the chaser group's motorcade was a fake. They focused on some aspects of the situation, such as the color of the cars and the fact that they were there at all, and completely ignored others, the details of the security information. Video clip, Selective Attention. Watch this video, Missing in Original Book, and carefully count how many times the people pass the ball to each other. 42. Flanagan, M.B., May, J.G., and Dobie, T.G. 2004. The role of vection, eye movements, and postural instability in the etiology of motion sickness. Journal of Vestibular Research, Equilibrium and Orientation, 14, 4, 335-346. 43. Ramachandran, V.S., Hubbard, E.M., Robertson, L.C., and Sajaf, N. 2005. The Emergence of the Human Mind, Some Clues from Synesthesia. In Synesthesia, Perspectives from Cognitive Neuroscience, pages 147-190. New York, New York, Oxford University Press. 44. Simons, D.J., and Chabris, C.F. 1999. Gorillas in Our Midst, Sustained Inattentional Blindness for Dynamic Events. Perception, 28, 9, 1059, 1074. 157. Selective attention also allows us to focus on a single talker at a party while ignoring other conversations that are occurring around us. Broadbent, 1958, Cherry, 1953. 45. Without this automatic selective attention, we'd be unable to focus on the single conversation we want to hear. But selective attention is not complete, we also at the same time monitor what's happening in the channels we are not focusing on. Perhaps you have had the experience of being at a party and talking to someone in one part of the room, when suddenly you hear your name being mentioned by someone in another part of the room. This cocktail party phenomenon shows us that although Selective attention is limiting what we processes. We are nevertheless at the same time doing a lot of unconscious monitoring of the world around us. You didn't know you were attending to the background sounds of the party, but evidently you were. A second fundamental process of perception is sensory adaptation, a decreased sensitivity to a stimulus after prolonged and constant exposure. When you step into a swimming pool, the water initially feels cold, but after a while you stop noticing it. After prolonged exposure to the same stimulus, our sensitivity toward it diminishes, and we no longer perceive it. The ability to adapt to the things that don't change around us is essential to our survival, as it leaves our sensory receptors free to detect the important and informative changes in our environment and to respond accordingly. We ignore the sounds that our car makes every day, which leaves us free to pay attention to the sounds that are different from normal, and thus likely to need our attention. Our sensory receptors are alert to novelty and are fatigued after constant exposure to the same stimulus. If sensory adaptation occurs with all senses, why doesn't an image fade away after we stare at it for a period of time? The answer is that, although we are not aware of it, our eyes are constantly flitting from one angle to the next, making thousands of tiny movements, called saccades, every minute. This constant eye movement guarantees that the image we are viewing always falls on fresh receptor cells. What would happen if we could stop the movement of our eyes? Psychologists have devised a way of testing the sensory adaptation of the eye by attaching an instrument that ensures a constant image is maintained on the eye's inner surface. Participants are fitted with a contact lens that has miniature slide projector attached to it. Because the projector follows the exact movements of the eye, the same image is always projected, stimulating the same spot on the retina. Within a few seconds, interesting things begin to happen. The image will begin to vanish, then reappear, only to disappear again, either in pieces or as a whole. Even the eye experiences sensory adaptation. Yarbus, 1967. 46. One of the major problems in perception is to ensure that we always perceive the same object in the same way, despite the fact that the sensations that it creates on our receptors changes dramatically. The ability to perceive a stimulus as constant, despite changes in sensation, is known as perceptual constancy. Consider our image of a door as it swings. When it is closed, we see it as rectangular, but when it is open, we see only its edge and it appears as a line. But we never perceive the door as changing. 45. Broadbent, D.E. 1958. Perception and Communication. New York, New York, Pergamon, Cherry, E.C. 1953. Some experiments on the recognition of speech, with one and with two ears. Journal of the Acoustical Society of America, 25. 975-979. 46. Yarbus, A.L. 1967. Eye Movements and Vision. New York, New York, Plenum Press. 158. Shape as it swings. Perceptual mechanisms take care of the problem for us by allowing us to see a constant shape. The visual system also corrects for color constancy. Imagine that you are wearing blue jeans and a bright white t-shirt. When you are outdoors, both colors will be at their brightest, but you will still perceive the white t-shirt as bright and the blue jeans as darker. When you go indoors, the light shining on the clothes will be significantly dimmer, but you will still perceive the t-shirt as bright. This is because we put colors in context and see that, compared to its surroundings, the white t-shirt reflects the most light. McKen, 1992. 47. Indiana. The same way a green leaf on a cloudy day may reflect the same wavelength of light as a brown tree branch does on a sunny day. Nevertheless, we still perceive the leaf as green and the branch as brown. 4.5.2 Illusions. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Although our perception is very accurate, it is not perfect. Illusions occur when the perceptual processes that normally help us correctly perceive the world around us are fooled by a particular situation so that we see something that does not exist or that is incorrect. Figure 4.17 presents two situations in which our normally accurate perceptions of visual constancy have been fooled. Figure 4.17 Optical illusions, as a result of brightness constancy, left, and color constancy, right. Look carefully at the snake-like pattern on the left. Are the green strips really brighter than the background? Cover the white curves and you'll see they are not. Square A in the right-hand image looks very different from square B, even though they are exactly the same. http://commons.wikimedia.org/wiki/file, gray_square_optical_illusion PNG, by Edward H. Adelson. Another well-known illusion is the Mueller-Lyer illusion, see figure 4.18. The line segment in the bottom arrow looks longer to us than the one on the top, even though they are both actually the same length. It is likely that the illusion is, in part, the result of the failure of monocular depth cues. The bottom line looks like an edge that is 47. McKen, J.J. 1992. Rules for Color Constancy. Ophthalmic and Physiologic Optics, 12, 2, 175-177. 159. Normally farther away from us, whereas the top one looks like an edge that is normally closer. Figure 4.18 The Mueller-Lyer illusion. The Mueller-Lyer illusion makes the line segment at the top of the left picture appear shorter than the one at the bottom. The illusion is caused, in part, by the monocular distance cue of depth. The bottom line looks like an edge that is normally farther away from us, whereas the top one looks like an edge that is normally closer. The moon illusion refers to the fact that the moon is perceived to be about 50% larger when it is near the horizon than when it is seen overhead, despite the fact that both moons are the same size and cast the same size retinal image. The monocular depth, cues of position, and aerial perspective create the illusion that things that are lower and more hazy are farther away. The skyline of the horizon, trees, clouds, outlines of buildings, also gives a cue that the moon is far away, compared to a moon at its zenith. If we look at a horizon moon through a tube of rolled up paper, taking away the surrounding horizon cues, the moon will immediately appear smaller. The Ponzo illusion operates on the same principle. As you can see in figure 4.19, the top yellow bar seems longer than the bottom one, but if you measure them you'll see that they are exactly the same length. The monocular depth cue of linear perspective leads us to believe that, given two similar objects, the distant one can only cast the same size retinal image as the closer object if it is larger. The topmost bar therefore appears longer. 160. Figure 4.19 The Ponzo illusion. The Ponzo illusion is caused by a failure of the monocular depth cue of linear perspective. Both bars are the same size even though the top one looks larger. Illusions demonstrate that our perception of the world around us may be influenced by our prior knowledge. But the fact that some illusions exist in some cases does not mean that the perceptual system is generally inaccurate. In fact, humans normally become so closely in touch with their environment that the physical body and the particular environment that we sense and perceive becomes embodied, that is, built into and linked with our cognition, such that the worlds around us become part of our brain. Calvo and Gamila, 2008. 48. The close relationship between people and their environments means that, although illusions can be created in the lab and under some unique situations, they may be less common with active observers in the real world. Runeson, 1988. 49. 4.5.3 The important role of expectations in perception. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Our emotions, mindset, expectations, and the contexts in which our sensations occur all have a profound influence on perception. People who are warned that they are about to taste something bad rate what they do taste more negatively than people who are told that the taste won't be so bad. Nitschke et. Alabama, 2006, 50. And people perceive a child and adult pair as looking more alike when they are told that they are. 48. Calvo, P., and Gamila, T. eds. 2008. Handbook of Cognitive Science, An Embodied Approach. San Diego, C.A., Elsevier. 49. Runeson, S. 1988. The distorted room illusion, equivalent configurations, and the specificity of static optic arrays. Journal of Experimental Psychology, Human Perception and Performance, 14, 2-95, 304. 50. Nitschke, J. B., Dixon, G. E., Serenopoulos, I. Short, S.J., Cohen, J.D., Smith, E.E., Davidson, R.J. 2006. Altering. Expectancy dampens neural response to aversive taste in primary taste cortex. Nature Neuroscience 9, 435-442. 161. Parent and Child, Bresson and Dal Martello, 2002. 51. Similarly, participants who see images of the same baby rate it as stronger and bigger when they are told it is a boy, as opposed to when they are told it is a girl. Stern and Karakur, 1989, 52. And research. Participants who learn that a child is from a lower class background perceive the child's scores on an intelligence test as lower than people who see the same test taken by a child they are told is from an upper class background. Darley and Gross, 1983. 53. Plasman, O'Doherty, Shiv, and Rangel, 2008, 54. Found that wines were rated more positively and caused greater brain activity in brain areas associated with pleasure when they were said to cost more than when they were said to cost less. And even experts can be fooled. Professional referees tended to assign more penalty cards to soccer teams for videotaped fouls when they were told that the team had a history of aggressive behavior than when they had no such expectation. Jones, Paul, and Erskine. 2002, 55. Our perceptions are also influenced by our desires and motivations. When we are hungry, food-related words tend to grab our attention more than non-food-related words. Mogg, Bradley, Heyer, and Lee, 1998, 56. We perceive objects that we can reach as bigger than those that we cannot reach. Wit and Profit, 2005, 57. And people who favor a political candidate's policies view the candidate's skin color more positively than do those who oppose the candidate's policies. Caruso, Mead, and Balsides, 2009. 58. Even our culture influences perception. Chua, Boland, and Nisbet, 2005, 59. Showed American and Asian graduate students different images, such as an airplane, an animal, or a train, against complex backgrounds. They found that, consistent with their overall individualistic orientation, the American students tended to focus more on the foreground image, while Asian students, consistent with their interdependent orientation, paid more attention to the image's context. Furthermore, Asian American students focused more or less on the context depending on whether their Asian or their American identity had been activated. Psychology in Everyday Life, How Understanding Sensation and Perception Can Save Lives. Human Factors is the field of psychology that uses psychological knowledge, including the principles of sensation and perception, to 51. Bresson, P., and Dal Martello, M.F. 2002. Tallis Pater, Tallis Filius, Perceived Resemblance and the Belief in Genetic Relatedness. Psychological Science, 13, to 18. 52. Stern, M., and Karakur, K.H. 1989. Sex stereotyping of infants, a review of gender labeling studies. Sex roles, 2910. 501522. 53. Darley, J.M., and Gross, P.H. 1983. A hypothesis confirming bias in labeling affects Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 44, 2033. 54. Plasman, H., O'Doherty, J., Shiv, B., and Rangel, A. 2008. Marketing actions can moderate neural representations of experienced pleasantness. Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, 105, 3, 1050-1054. 55. Jones, M.V., Paul, G.C., and Erskine, J. 2002. The impact of a team's aggressive reputation on the decisions of association. Football referees. Journal of Sports Sciences, 20, 991 1000. 56. Mogg, K., Bradley, B.P., Heyer, H., and Lee, S. 1998. Selective attention to food-related stimuli in hunger behavior. Research and Therapy, 36, 2-27-37. 57. Witt, J.K., and Prophet, D.R. 2005. See the ball, hit the ball. Apparent ball size is correlated with batting average. Psychological Science, 16, 12, 937-938. 58. Caruso, E. M., Mead, N. L., and Balsides, E. 2009. Political partisanship influences perception of biracial candidates' skin tone. PNAS Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences of the United States of America, 106, 48, 20168, 20173. 59. Chua, H. F., Boland, J. E., and Nisbet, R. E. 2005. Cultural variation in eye movements during scene perception. Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, 102, 12629, 12633. 162. Improve the development of technology. Human Factors has worked on a variety of projects, ranging from nuclear reactor control centers and airplane cockpits to cell phones and websites. Procter & Van Zandt, 2008. 60. For instance, modern televisions and computer monitors were developed on the basis of the trichromatic color theory, using 3 color elements placed close enough together so that the colors are blended by the eye. Knowledge of the visual system also helped engineers create new kinds of displays, such as those used on notebook computers and music players, and better understand how using cell phones while driving may contribute to automobile accidents. Lee and Strayer, 2004. 61. Human Factors also has made substantial contributions to airline safety. About 2/3 of accidents on commercial airplane flights are caused by human error. Nickerson, 1998. 62. During takeoff, travel, and landing, the pilot simultaneously communicates with ground control, maneuvers the plane, scans the horizon for other aircraft, and operates controls. The need for a usable interface that works easily and naturally with the pilot's visual perception is essential. Psychologist Conrad Kraft, 1978-63 hypothesized that as planes land with no other distance cues visible, pilots may be subjected to a type of moon illusion, in which the city lights beyond the runway appear much larger on the retina than they really are, deceiving the pilot into landing too early. Kraft's findings caused airlines to institute new flight safety measures, where co-pilots must call out the altitude progressively during the descent, which has probably decreased the number of landing accidents. Figure 4.38, image missing in original book, presents the design of an airplane instrument panel before and after it was redesigned by human factors psychologists. On the left is the initial design, in which the controls were crowded and cluttered, in no logical sequence, each control performing one task. The controls were more or less the same in color, and the gauges were not easy to read. The redesigned digital cockpit, right on figure 4.38, image missing in original book, shows a marked improvement in usability. More of the controls are color-coded and multifunctional so that there is less clutter on the dashboard. Screens make use of LCD and 3D graphics. Text sizes are changeable, increasing readability and 60. Proctor, R.W., and Van Zandt, T. 2008. Human Factors in Simple and Complex Systems, 2nd ed. Boca Raton, Florida. CRC Press. 61. Lee, J., and Strayer, D. 2004. Preface to the Special Section on Driver Distraction Human Factors, 46, 4, 583. 62. Nickerson, R.S. 1998. Applied Experimental Psychology. Applied Psychology, an International Review, 47. 155, 173. 63. Kraft, C. 1978. A Psychophysical Approach to Air Safety, Simulator Studies of Visual Illusions in Night Approaches. In H. L. Pick, H. W. Leibowitz, J. E. Singer, A. Steinschneider, and H. W. Steenson, eds. Psychology. From Research to Practice. New York, New York, Plenum Press. 163. Many of the functions have become automated, freeing up the pilot's concentration for more important activities. Figure 4.38, image missing in original book. One important aspect of the redesign was based on the principles of sensory adaptation. Displays that are easy to see in darker conditions quickly become unreadable when the sun shines directly on them. It takes the pilot a relatively long time to adapt to the suddenly much brighter display. Furthermore, perceptual contrast is important. The display cannot be so bright at night that the pilot is unable to see targets in the sky or on the land. Human factors psychologists used these principles to determine the appropriate stimulus intensity needed on these displays so that pilots would be able to read them accurately and quickly under a wide range of conditions. The psychologists accomplished this by developing an automatic control mechanism that senses the ambient light visible through the front cockpit windows and that detects the light falling on the display surface, and then automatically adjusts the intensity of the display. For the pilot, Silverstein, Krantz, Gomer, Yeh, and Monty, 1990. Silverstein and Merrifield, 1985. 64. Key takeaways. Sensory interaction occurs when different senses work together, for instance, when taste, smell, and touch together produce the flavor of food. Selective attention allows us to focus on some sensory experiences, while tuning out others. Sensory adaptation occurs when we become less sensitive to some aspects of our environment, freeing us to focus on more important changes. Perceptual constancy allows us to perceive an object as the same, despite changes in sensation. Cognitive illusions are examples of how our expectations can influence our perceptions. Our emotions, motivations, desires, and even our culture can influence our perceptions. 64. Silverstein, L.D., Krantz, J.H., Gomer, F.E., Yeh, Y., and Monty, R.W. 1990. The effects of spatial sampling and luminance quantization on the image quality of color matrix displays. Journal of the Optical Society of America. Part A, 7, 1955-1968, Silverstein, L.D., and Merrifield, R.M. 1985. The Development and Evaluation of Color Systems for Airborne Applications, Phase I Fundamental Visual, Perceptual, and Display Systems. Considerations, Technical. Report.FAA/PM085019. Washington, D.C., Federal Aviation Administration. 164. Exercises and Critical Thinking. 1. Consider the role of the security personnel at the APEC meeting. Who let the chaser group's car enter the security area? List some perceptual processes that might have been at play. 2. Consider some cases where your expectations about what you think you might be going to experience have influenced your perceptions of what you actually experienced. 4.6 Chapter Summary. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Sensation and perception work seamlessly together to allow us to detect both the presence of, and changes in, the stimuli around us. The study of sensation and perception is exceedingly important for our everyday lives, because the knowledge generated by psychologists is used in so many ways to help so many people. Each sense accomplishes the basic process of transduction, the conversion of stimuli detected by receptor cells into electrical impulses that are then transported to the brain in different, but related, ways. Psychophysics is the branch of psychology that studies the effects of physical stimuli on sensory perceptions. Psychophysicists study the absolute threshold of sensation as well as the difference threshold, or just noticeable difference, JND. Weber's law maintains that the JND of a stimulus is a constant proportion of the original intensity of the stimulus. Most of our cerebral cortex is devoted to seeing, and we have substantial visual skills. The eye is a specialized system that includes the cornea, pupil, iris, lens, and retina. Neurons, including rods and cones, react to light landing on the retina, and send it to the visual cortex via the optic nerve. Images are perceived, in part, through the action of feature detector neurons. The shade of a color, known as hue, is conveyed by the wavelength of the light that enters the eye. The Young-Helmholtz trichromatic color theory and the opponent process color theory are theories of how the brain perceives color. Depth is perceived using both binocular and monocular depth cues. Monocular depth cues are based on Gestalt principles. The beta effect and the phi phenomenon are important in detecting motion. The ear detects both the amplitude, loudness, and frequency, pitch, of sound waves. Important structures of the ear include the pinna, eardrum, ossicles, cochlea, and the oval window. 165. The frequency theory of hearing proposes that as the pitch of a sound wave increases, nerve impulses of a corresponding frequency are sent to the auditory nerve. The place theory of hearing proposes that different areas of the cochlea respond to different frequencies. Sounds that are 85 decibels or more can cause damage to your hearing, particularly if you are exposed to them repeatedly. Sounds that exceed 130 decibels are dangerous, even if you are exposed to them infrequently. The tongue detects 6 different taste sensations, known respectively as sweet, salty, sour, bitter, piquancy, spicy, and umami, savory. We have approximately 1,000 types of odor receptor cells, and it is estimated that we can detect 10,000 different odors. Thousands of nerve endings in the skin respond to 4 basic sensations: pressure, hot, cold, and pain, but only the sensation of pressure has its own specialized receptors. The ability to keep track of where the body is moving is provided by the vestibular system. Perception involves the processes of sensory interaction, selective attention, sensory adaptation, and perceptual constancy. Although our perception is very accurate, it is not perfect. Our expectations and emotions color our perceptions and may result in illusions. 166. Chapter 5 States of Consciousness. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. An unconscious killing. During the night of May 23, 1987, Kenneth Parks, a 23-year-old Canadian with a wife, a baby daughter, and heavy gambling debts, got out of his bed, climbed into his car, and drove 15 miles to the home of his wife's parents in the suburbs of Toronto. There, he attacked them with a knife, killing his mother-in-law and severely injuring his father-in-law. Parks then drove to a police station and stumbled into the building, holding up his bloody hands and saying, "I think I killed some people, my hands." The police arrested him and took him to a hospital, where surgeons repaired several deep cuts on his hands. Only then did police discover that he had indeed assaulted his in-laws. Parks claimed that he could not remember anything about the crime. He said that he remembered going to sleep in his bed, then awakening in the police station with bloody hands, but nothing in between. His defense was that he had been asleep during the entire incident and was not aware of his actions. Martin, 2009. 1. Not surprisingly, no one believed this explanation at first. However, further investigation established that he did have a long history of sleepwalking. He had no motive for the crime, and despite repeated attempts to trip him up in numerous interviews, he was completely consistent in his story, which also fit the timeline of events. Parks was examined by a team of sleep specialists, who found that the pattern of brain waves that occurred while he slept was very abnormal. Broughton, Billings, Cartwright, and Doucette, 1994. The specialists eventually concluded that sleepwalking, probably precipitated by stress and anxiety over his financial troubles, was the most likely explanation of his aberrant behavior. They also agreed that such a combination of stressors was unlikely to happen again, so he was not likely to undergo another such violent episode and was probably not a hazard to others. Given this combination of evidence, the jury acquitted Parks of murder and assault charges. He walked out of the courtroom a free man. Wilson, 1998. 3. 1. Martin, L. 2009. Can sleepwalking be a murder defense? Sleep disorders, for patients and their families. Retrieved from http://pulmonary/sleep/sleep-murder.htm. 2. Broughton, R.J., Billings, R., Cartwright, R., and Doucette, D. 1994. Homicidal somnambulism, a case report. Sleep, Journal of Sleep Research and Sleep Medicine, 17, 3, 253-64. 3. Wilson, C. 1998. The Mammoth Book of True Crime. New York, New York, Robinson Publishing. 167. Consciousness is defined as our subjective awareness of ourselves and our environment. Koch, 2004. For the experience of consciousness is fundamental to human nature. We all know what it means to be conscious, and we assume, although we can never be sure that other human beings experience their consciousness similarly to how we experience ours. The study of consciousness has long been important to psychologists and plays a role in many important psychological theories. For instance, Sigmund Freud's personality theories differentiated between the unconscious and the conscious aspects of behavior, and present-day psychologists distinguish between automatic, unconscious, and controlled, conscious, behaviors and between implicit, unconscious, and explicit, conscious, memory, Petty, Wegener, Chaikin, and Trope, 1999, Shanks, 2005. 5. Some philosophers and religious practices argue that the mind, or soul, and the body are separate entities. For instance, the French philosopher René Descartes, 1596–1650, was a proponent of dualism, the idea that the mind, a non-material entity, is separate from, although connected to, the physical body. In contrast to the dualists, psychologists believe that consciousness, and thus the mind, exists in the brain, not separate from it. In fact, psychologists believe that consciousness is the result of the activity of the many neural connections in the brain, and that we experience different states of consciousness depending on what our brain is currently doing. Dennett, 1991, Koch and Greenfield, 2007. 6. The study of consciousness is also important to the fundamental psychological question regarding the presence of free will. Although we may understand and believe that some of our behaviors are caused by forces that are outside our awareness, i.e., unconscious, we nevertheless believe that we have control over, and are aware that we are engaging in, most of our behaviors. To discover that we, or even someone else, has engaged in a complex behavior, such as driving in a car and causing severe harm to others, without being at all conscious of one's actions, is so unusual as to be shocking. And yet psychologists are increasingly certain that a great deal of our behavior is caused by processes of which we are unaware and over which we have little or no control. Libet, 1999, Wegener, 2003. 7. Our experience of consciousness is functional because we use it to guide and control our behavior, and to think logically about problems. Dual, Baumeister, and Macy Campo, 2008. 8. Consciousness allows us to plan activities and to monitor our progress toward the goals we set for ourselves. And consciousness is fundamental to our sense of morality. We believe that we have the free will to perform moral actions while avoiding immoral behaviors. But in some cases consciousness may become aversive, for instance when we become aware that we are not living up to our own goals or expectations, or when we believe. 4. Koch, c. 2004. The Quest for Consciousness, a Neurobiological Approach. Englewood, Co., Roberts & Co. 5. Petty, R., Wegener, D., Chaikin, S., and Trope, Y. 1999. Dual Process Theories in Social Psychology. New York, Guilford Press, Shanks, D. 2005. Implicit Learning. In K. Lambert's edition, Handbook of Cognition, pages 202-20. London, England. Sage. 6. Dennett, D.C. 1991. Consciousness Explained. Boston, Ma, Little, Brown and Company, Koch, C., and Greenfield, S. 2007. How Does Consciousness Happen? Scientific American, 76-83. 7. Libet, B. 1999. Do We Have Free Will? Journal of Consciousness Studies, 6, 8, 9, 47, 57, Wegner, D.M. 2003. The Mind's Best Trick, How We Experience Conscious Will. Trends in Cognitive Sciences, 7, 2, 65-69. 8. Dual, C., Baumeister, R., and Macy Campo, E. 2008. Evidence that logical reasoning depends on conscious processing. Consciousness and Cognition, 17, 3, 628. 168. That other people perceive us negatively. In these cases, we may engage in behaviors that help us escape from consciousness, for example through the use of alcohol or other psychoactive drugs. Baumeister, 1998. 9. Because the brain varies in its current level and type of activity, consciousness is transitory. If we drink too much coffee or beer, the caffeine or alcohol influences the activity in our brain, and our consciousness may change. When we are anesthetized before an operation or experience a concussion after a knock on the head, we may lose consciousness entirely as a result of changes in brain activity. We also lose consciousness when we sleep, and it is with this altered state of consciousness that we begin our chapter. 5.1 Sleeping and Dreaming Revitalize Us for Action. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.com